like to welcome everyone to the workshop for the Suwannee County Board of County Commissioners at Live Oak City Hall, July 28th, 2021 at approximately 3 p.m. If everyone will please stand at this time, we'll have the invocation and the pledge by Commissioner Fleming.
Let us pray. Our Father, we come in your name. Once again, thank you for your blessings. Father, we thank you for your darling son, Jesus, who died that we too might have a right to the tree of life. And we pray that you bless us, be with us, keep us in your care, bless us today. Look on these commissioners that we make decisions, oh God. I know that you're able to do all things except fail. Be with the sick all over the land, the bereaved families, somebody's calling on your name. Have mercy. Give us strength, oh God, as we do our assessment. Provide us with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Father, we ask Jesus and all blessings. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Once again, I'd like to welcome everyone. Mr. Barry Baker asked me to mention that we have some masks and hand sanitizer. If anybody would care for one, they're back there in the right corner of the room when you come in. Just want everybody to know we have it. Thanks. Welcome, sir. To start the meeting this afternoon, I'm going to ask Mr. Harris, can you please introduce our guest?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm going to do my best. We've got a number of representatives here today from consultants that have been working with the county, GSG and Neighbors Giblin. Jeff Rackley is going to be doing a presentation from GSG. Sorry, I'm trying to get us another microphone. And Evan, I believe, will be maybe answering questions if there are any regarding the resolution of legal technical aspects of the actual assessment and its implementation. So we do have a pleasant presentation plan. I think you all have copies of that. We'll go through that. The idea is that we will then perhaps answer questions, take questions, try to get as good an understanding of this potential assessment. There will likely be an assessment. We've had an assessment in place on solid waste and fire for many, many years. The issue today is going to be that of adjusting what we've had. It's been a number of years. I think 8 years on one of the assessments, 9 years on the other since we did a study. Your assessments are always predicated on data that's accumulated, goes through a study process, and then recommendations are made back to the governing body to make a decision on the assessment rate for each year. So that's where we are. We're way behind the 8 ball. I think typically, and maybe GSG and Neighbors Giblin would probably agree that about every 5 years is the time frame that you would typically be working on this thing. But again, we're 8 and 9 years out on our assessment since we've had a study. I will point out that that is no fault of the commissioners that are sitting up here today. It's been a long time. No one has an interest in increasing costs to taxpayers. But we can't get around the issue now of the fact that all of our costs have increased. So we have to have this conversation and make some decisions. And I'll just leave it at that. And Mr. Chairman, is it your pleasure that Mr. Rackley go ahead and proceed with the presentation of the material that they put together? Yes, we'll be starting with fire first. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to just run through the presentation for fire, and then...
Before you, can I get your name and address for the record?
Sure. Jeff Rackley, and I'm Senior Project Manager with Government Services Group, based out of Tallahassee, Florida.
Thanks, sir.
All right, so basically, and I'll try, I know we don't have this up on the screen here, so I'll try to read out some of the key numbers here as we go through it, but you've had a fire assessment in place for a long time. We really haven't made any major changes to the methodology. We're just updating all the data behind it. A fire assessment is a charge against real property to pay for fire services. The key there is that we're not talking about EMS services above the level of first responder, so it's just the fire portion. And so when we're talking about fire, we're talking about the fire portion of the budget, fire calls, not EMS calls, and the courts have said you have to exclude those EMS costs from a fire assessment. Here, you can do a separate EMS assessment, but we're not talking about that today. We're just talking about the fire portion. So that's really the key there. There's really two case law requirements. One is that the assessment has to have a special benefit to property, and the courts have said that fire services up to first responder do provide that special benefit. And then it has to be fair and reasonable apportionment, meaning that it has to be logical, it has to be factually driven based on data, so it can't be arbitrary, you can't make up the rates, it has to be based on some type of study, data, information that's available. And then it just has to make sense to the average person. You know, for fire services, we wouldn't want to allocate that based on front footage like you might with a sidewalk or road paving assessment. You wouldn't do it based off of water usage like you might for a sewage assessment. And we'll kind of walk through that, but overall, the methodology is the same. We're just updating the rates. Your current rates, and I'll read these out, your residential properties are paying $100 per dwelling unit. Non-residential properties are paying 12 cents per square foot. Your hotel, motel, and RV parks are paying per room or space at $164.82. Your vacant land parcels are paying $17.91 per parcel. And then over 160 acres, they're paying 14 cents per acre. The current revenue that you're bringing in from these current rates is approximately $2.1 million. As Randy said, these rates and this study have been in place for a number of years, I think 8 or 9 years at least, since you've even looked at this. The methodology itself, we are using a historical demand methodology, which is what you used before. It's based on calls for service. So when we say historic demand, we're talking about calls, fire calls for service to specific property use categories. This methodology is court tested and approved. It's the most widely adopted around the state. Out of all of our clients around the state, I think there's maybe 2 or 3 that use some other type of methodology. So this is really the tried and true methodology. It's been around for the last 20 plus years. So there's nothing really unique here about the methodology. You're not doing something drastically different than any other cities and counties. We're just updating the budget, the fire call data, and the property data that the whole methodology is based on. One of the keys here, and you'll see this, is that you do get one rate for single family homes or residential dwelling units. So the residential properties would be paying per dwelling unit, not per square footage. The non-residential properties are paying based on their square footage. And then the land, it's still gonna be the same as it was previously, with a per parcel charge for parcels up to 160 acres, and a per acre charge above the 160. So we look at a lot of different information when we're doing a study, but the first thing we're trying to find out is what type of services you're providing, and that helps us determine how to split out that fire portion of the budget from the EMS side. Since all your apparatus are running fire and EMS calls, there's not exactly a real clean split there between, you know, what is fire, what is EMS, which staff are fire, which staff are EMS, because they're all doing different functions. It kind of gets mixed together. So we look at those services. We look at the service area, of course. We're trying to determine the calls just within the unincorporated county, the properties just in the unincorporated county, to make sure we're matching up the services provided to the assessments. We're looking at the budget, and in this case, we've looked at the proposed fiscal year 21-22 budget as the baseline, and then we'll also talk about this as we walk through calculations, but there are some service enhancements that are included there. And keep in mind, as we're going through this, the budget you see is not necessarily the budget that you've all agreed on, that you're going to adopt. The board does have the flexibility to always lower the rates. What we're trying to give you is, here's the actual cost to provide these services, and here's the rates it takes to fund those services. The call data we already mentioned, we did use fiscal year 2019-20 call data. And then the ad valorem tax roll is maintained by the property appraiser in conjunction with some field work that we've done and tax collector data and some other data mixed in there to try to get the best handle we can on the actual properties that are out there, the buildings, the dwelling units in terms of residential, and the square footage in terms of the non-residential properties. The budget that you see in front of you there on slide 7, and it kind of takes you from fiscal year 21-22 to 25-26. The difference there is that we're taking into account the going from 2 personnel to 4 personnel over that 5-year period, and gradual increases during that time is kind of the plan that's laid out here. That all of this takes into account $15.50 per hour to account for minimum wage increases, and the new station that I believe has already been discussed. So that's in here. Starting out, that $5.9 million budget roughly in 21-22 takes into account the 2 personnel. The 25-26 budget, which goes up to about $7.6 million, takes into account cost increases over that 5-year period to account for increases in fuel, personnel costs, all your other costs, and I think we use a 3% year-over-year increase each year. And then also the 4 personnel would be fully funded under that 25-26 budget. As we walk through this, the rate calculations and everything will be based on that 5-year average budget that you see at the far right, that bottom number, that's $6.7 million. But we'll also show you the rates for each fiscal year and the 5-year average. Next slide is that cost apportionment based on the historic demand of the calls for service. These percentages overall didn't shift a whole lot from the last study. So the data looked pretty good. You can see the calls there for your residential properties, your non-residential properties, and land. Once again, these are just the fire calls, so these don't account for any EMS calls. This is your non-EMS portion of the calls. Residential properties account for 68.36% of those calls, so therefore they would be allocated 68.36% of that budget. And once again, that's that 5-year average budget that we're looking at here for demonstration purposes, which is about $4.6 million allocated to the residential category as a whole. The non-residential is about 15.94% of the calls. They get 15.94% of that accessible budget, which is just over $1 million. And then land is about 15.7%, so very close to the non-residential overall, and that accounts for roughly $1 million of budget as well. I believe, I'll just point out, I believe there's a typo there in the land calls. I don't think that's actually 119 calls, but I will go back and check that, but I know that percentage is right with the 15.6. So the parcel apportionment, so once we allocate the budget to the categories based on their percentage of calls, we then further allocate the budget within each category to the units within that category. So the residential budget that you saw, that 68% roughly, is allocated to the residential properties based on the number of dwelling units. So you'll get a rate per dwelling unit. The non-residential budget is allocated to the individual properties based on the building square footage for non-residential buildings. And then the land, as you can see, is allocated on a per parcel basis and then a per acre basis over the 160 acres. The next slide just kind of walks you through that calculation. So for residential, you can see that $4.6 million budget allocation is divided by the 15,508 dwelling units to get a rate of $297 per dwelling unit. Keep in mind, these are the 5-year average kind of maximum rates. So when you see that 297, that's what it would take over that 5-year period to fully fund that budget you saw earlier. The non-residential, same thing, we're dividing that roughly $1 million by the non-residential square footage of approximately 3.7 million square feet. You get 29 cents per square foot for all of your non-residential buildings. And then land, you can see that there as well, roughly $1 million allocated to land divided by the number of parcels, gets you $57.78 per parcel for your vacant land. And then the per acre charge there is 53 cents per acre for any acreage above the 160. One thing I will point out when we're talking about land, this does include all of your ag land and government land, all that in the calculations. You can't, by statute, charge ag land though for fire services. So that will be something we'll talk about as part of a buy down or exemption amount. The government land as well, you generally wouldn't charge, and we'll show you the actual cost of that on the next slide as well. So that budget we saw initially, this slide 11 just kind of shows you the rates for each of those different scenarios. You can see the residential in year one starts at $262 per dwelling unit. Year two would go up to $277, year three, $295, year four, $315, year five, $336 per dwelling unit. The 5-year average is what you see in that right-hand column there. Non-residential from year 1 to 5 will go from 26 to 27 to 29 to 31 to 33 cents with a 29-cent average. You can see the land rate in year 1 at $50.98 going up to $65.39 in year 5, and we already saw the 5-year average rate. And then the per acre rate starting at 47 cents going up to 60 cents over that period with an average of 53. Keep in mind, this is an annual decision for the board, so you can kind of lay out a plan if you want to. If you want to keep rates lower this year and gradually increase them, at some point you can do that. The proportions would need to remain the same, and we can show you any other rate scenarios you want to see, whether it's a certain revenue number you're looking for, whether it's a certain rate you want to look at. We can do all that, but for demonstration purposes, we're trying to show you kind of a plan here that we've worked with staff to kind of lay it out over a 5-year period to fully fund these services through the fire assessment. The revenue numbers you see there, you can see the assessable costs which match up with the budget, and then the institutional tax exempt, government exempt, and agricultural exempt numbers there. Roughly $250,000 for the institutional properties. Those will be things like your churches, nonprofits, boys and girls clubs that you generally haven't charged under the fire assessment and are exempt from ad valorem taxes. You can charge those properties either at 100% of the rates for the non-residential properties or some lower percentage if you wanted to and give them a partial exemption. Most of our clients around the state do not charge those properties since they're exempt from ad valorem taxes. They also exempt them from the fire assessment, but that is an option. The cost, of course, of not charging them is that the general fund has to make up that amount that's allocated to those properties. So you're looking at roughly $250,000 there, because basically the county's paying on behalf of those properties because they provide some other services to the county and the population that the county would otherwise have to step in and pay, so therefore you can't exempt them and pay on their behalf. But they are included in the program. We can't spread those costs amongst all the other properties under the assessment, so you do have to make that up somewhere else. The government properties is roughly $80,000. It's a little bit different with the government properties. There's really not a good way to charge them. They don't get a tax bill. You would have to send them separate bills and try to collect. It's hard to force collection from those government properties. Additionally, most of those properties are your own properties anyway, so you kind of be charging yourself for your own properties. So it generally doesn't make a lot of sense to try to, incur the cost of sending out bills to yourself to collect money from yourself. Same thing there, that is money that you would have to make up. You can't spread that amongst the other property owners. Same thing with the agriculture exempt properties that we talked about earlier. That is roughly $380,000. You do have a lot of ag land here, as I'm sure you're all aware, and you can't charge them for the assessment. You can't spread it to the other property owners, so you can see there the cost is roughly $380,000 to $480,000, depending on which year you're looking at or which scenario or funding level you chose. The bottom there, you can see the net revenue for each year, and then we also provided the net revenue at 95%, assuming that most of your property owners are gonna pay early and get that statutory discount for early payment. And then the bottom line there just shows you the additional revenue over your current assessment. And that's kind of rough numbers, but you can see we're talking about an increase of 2.8 to 4.2, $4.3 million over your current assessment. Keeping in mind that your current assessment is only funding a portion of your fire services and that those rates haven't been updated in a number of years. The next slide just kind of lays out the schedule, and this is fairly high level, but we're here today at a workshop. The preliminary resolution, which you would set your really maximum rates, would be on August 3rd. Similar to your millage, that is where you would set your max rates. You can always come down at the final resolution, which has a public hearing scheduled for September 7th. That is a chance where you can come down on those rates, but you can't go up from what you adopt on the 3rd. Whatever you adopt on the 3rd by resolution is what will go on the notices. It will be mailed to all property owners, inviting them to the meeting, telling them their specific properties assessment, giving them all that information that they need in regards to their property in that meeting. And I'm sure a lot of them will show up on September 7th and let you know how they feel about that, either then or before that, and probably today as well. The key there is that everything has to be done by September 15th, and the final rates and rolls submitted to the tax collector, and that's what will actually go on the tax bills that are mailed in November. So I know that's a lot of information I went through pretty quickly. I'm sure there's a lot of questions and discussions, so whatever we can answer, just let us know.
At this time, do I have any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would,
Mr. Fleming?
a lot of questions, but I want to go back to slide 3 that you have. I know no one like to hear about taxes being raised, or tax estimates and stuff. And this particular cover, it says the legislative determination receives judicial difference. Okay, now, I know that this has been, I previously said that this has been kicked down the road for a number of years. And I know that it's time that got to be done. Am I correct?
Well, I think that's a policy decision
Yeah.
for the board that I can't help you make, but it has been a number of years since you've updated this program, so it is recommended, every 3 to 5, 6 years, somewhere in there, to account for changes in the data. And so I think a study is overdue. The level of funding that the board decides is really up to the board.
Any other questions? Commissioner Lane?
Yeah, on slide number 8, out of curiosity, on the residential number of calls, 296. That's annual 2019, 2020. What all does that entail on is that 296? What all does that entail on residential? That's
So-
just a fire at a house?
No, so it's anything that's really non-EMS, so fire first responder type calls.
Which would be like,
So it could be assist invalid type of thing. It could be anything the fire department's responding to that's not considered truly medical. So it could be, the things you do, a cat in a tree, the, smoke alarms going off, the fire alarm going off, there's an electric wire sparking. It's not necessarily an actual structure fire at all.
my next question is do you know how many structure fires would actually
I do not.
Chief, how many
And
trucks
that
are
in
fired?
2019,
In the same fiscal year, I guess, 2019, 20.
we had roughly, it was in the, I think it was 48, I believe.
All occupied residences.
And I'm pulling that, you know, out of memory, but I'd have to look it up to be, but it's, I know it's in the 40s. For that year.
Well, just one question on the hills that I see here on land, there's 119 calls. Was that just for brush fires, things of that nature on land, or would that fall underneath 60?
Yeah, it's actually 68, that's a typo.
Okay.
But that's any call on the vacant and ag land parcels.
Which, to answer your question, yes, would be more than likely brush fire.
Yep.
Mr. Lane, did you have another question, comment?
Yeah, I don't know what it was, to be honest with
Sorry,
you.
didn't mean to interrupt you.
It'll come back to me.
Anyone else? Mr. White, you comment?
I got it.
Mr. Lane?
Mr. Rackley, these numbers that you ran, these budget numbers, you said those were proposed, that's the proposed, those are all the proposed 21, 22 numbers, right?
That was the baseline budget we started with, yes, and then we increased, I think it was 2 to 3% per year.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out that.
For all
Yeah.
costs. And there is some, also additional staffing and some other things that go along with staffing, like maybe bunker gear, software licenses, things like that. As you increase staffing, there are some increased costs over that 5-year period. Going from the 2 to 4 personnel, there is some of that in there.
I understand. On slide 7, it shows the $15.50 per hour. Is that starting next year, or is that $15.50 per hour being considered following the minimum wage law that's tiered through 2026, or does that start at $15.50 next year?
That starts next year, is my understanding, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Anything additional, Mr. Lane?
Not right now. Not right now.
I just didn't know if you had anything else.
Not right now.
At this time, does the board members have some questions for the fire chief? You'd like to talk to him?
No, I think we probably should. I got some questions for him, and I mean, and that, it may include Mr. Rackley as well.
If you want to just take a seat right there, and we'll go back and see, that way you can both answer it if it needs to be. Welcome, Chief Hand.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present this. Give me just a second to get my stuff organized. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to elaborate a little further on some of a couple of the questions that were asked of Mr. Rackley. The budgets that were given to GSG for this study, we started with our 21-22 proposed budget. From that point, the increases that were put in the budget were strictly for the increase in services. The 6 stations that we committed, that the board pretty much committed to build, the 6th station, the personnel added to that, and the associated cost with operating the 6th station and the added personnel is how the budget was raised from the proposed 21-22 budget. The only other line items that were added to that budget that were not just increases due to added personnel were an escrow line for equipment to be able to replace our fire apparatus and budget money so that can build to do that. In the past, none of our budgets have ever had any kind of equipment replacement planning. It was always done years after it probably should have been replaced and it was worn out. And so I'm trying to fix some of these budget items that have never been put in place in the past. Other than that, it was built straight off of our current budget, and some of our lines don't change at all due to the fact that adding a sixth station in the personnel doesn't change that expense for us. Those lines are left the same as our current budget. You know, Commissioner Fleming brought it up that, 2013 was the last time that we adjusted the rates. And I can tell you in the history of my career, and it's been between my volunteer service and my paid service, I've been working with the county for close to 25 years. The fire assessment has never been funded at a full rate. The $100 that we're paying now is 7 years ago, GSG recommended $118 to fully fund the fire budget 7 years ago. And I don't know how many other businesses in the community can operate on the funding that they had 7 years ago, but I know that I want to see it if they can do it. Costs go up. Just annual raises alone with that the employees receive raises the budget about $190,000 per year over the 65 employees that we have if we don't make any other adjustment in the budget. So you take that over the course of 7 years that we haven't adjusted anything, we're looking at $1.3 million that the budget's increased if we didn't change anything, if we didn't do anything else. Our current fire budget, and I stated this in our last workshop, on just operating expenses, not counting any, and this is at the current split that we have right now. Just our operating expenses, if we don't purchase a single piece of equipment, if we don't do anything other than just pay the bills to operate, we currently have a $225,000 deficit in the amount of money that we spend on our recurring expenses versus the revenue that the fire assessment currently brings in. That doesn't allow for replacement of any piece of equipment if it breaks, or updating any equipment to remain within state standards. That is solely just operating expenses. One of the reasons that this assessment has made the jump that it's made from the $100 is GSG has recommended more of a 50-50 split than our current 27-73 split. Now, I was not the chief back then. I don't know when that split got changed or why it got changed, but in my conversations with GSG, they basically told me that it should have been at a 50-50 split the whole time. So it does put a bigger burden on the fire assessment, but because of that shift, it frees up money on the general fund side that currently funds our budget. Now, when I say budget, I'm talking fire and EMS as a whole, as a department budget. If we funded the fire assessment at the current rate, or at the proposed rate, I'm sorry, for Station 6 stations, 2 men, and the proposed pay, it would free up $1.488 million in the general fund. Over if we funded that stuff at the same if we funded it the same way with the 27% split. So by making the split change, it allows us to free up general fund money. If we did the split change on my current 21-22 budget with the still with the pay increase, we free up $1.1 million of the general fund. So there's it would be a board decision on how you decided to do that, but it frees up enough money to drop the millage rate on the ad valorem side, even though the assessment is going up. The budget does not change. The overall total budget for fire and EMS does not change. It's just where the funding comes from, whether it's fire assessment or general fund money. And their recommendation is to go back to a 50% admin factor. So it does put more burden on the fire assessment to pay a bigger portion of the budget. The other, one other thing I want to clarify about the $15.50 starting pay. The minimum wage requirement is a byproduct of the reason that I'm asking for a pay increase. The biggest reason is we're having a very hard time attracting fire paramedics to come to Suwannee County, and just about as hard a time keeping them. And I have an open position right now, and I could fill it with a firefighter EMT all day long. That comes from a small department or something, but whether or not they're gonna stay, I don't know. I cannot get a paramedic to come. I've had this position open for a couple months now and can't get it filled. I'm trying to get a paramedic. I need a paramedic. Currently, I have 5 paramedics out injured, and just found out I got the 5th one out on COVID. So we're at with the injured paramedics. I'm at minimum staffing 8 each day right now, just trying, the people that are left. If any paramedic takes off for any other reason or gets sick, then I've got to work overtime. So it's the minimum wage requirement that we've got to be to in 5 years. Absolutely is a byproduct of us going ahead and doing this, but the biggest reason is to try and increase our retention of our employees. It's very expensive when we're constantly turning employees over. The physical alone costs us $800 to get a firefighter's physical done whenever they come on the job. And if we continue to have people walking out the door and continue to do those physicals, it won't be long before we can, before we're reaching, a pretty good level of what it costs just to do the retention pay. And that's my biggest reason for asking for that. Now, I know in the last workshop, we had some comments that were made about, guys were leaving because of the interfacility transfers. We had, Commissioner Land actually had commented that we can't compare ourselves to the larger department. We don't lose anybody to small departments. We already pay better than they do. We lose them to the Jacksonville, St. Johns counties, Clay County, Latchwood, City of Gainesville. Those are the type of departments that we're losing folks to. So and as far as the non-emergency transfers go, the revenues that it supplies the county is a big positive. And if you're making a couple dollars an hour more than you are right now, it's a whole lot easier to stomach them if you're having a little bit of issue. So, like I said, one of the biggest points I want to make sure you guys understand is that a lot of this raise is due to the money shift. And it's putting more of a burden on the fire budget, but it is easing up the general fund quite a bit.
Chief Hand, I've got a question for you. You said the last study we done was in 2013?
The last study, to my knowledge, yes, 13.
How long has the rate been at $100? Do you know? Have any idea?
I don't know that question 100%. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we started just below 100. We moved to 100 about 5 years ago, if I'm remembering correctly. That's not something I looked up, but through memory, I'm pretty sure we went at about, seemed like we were at like 85 and then went to 100.
One other question I have for you. Do you know what our surrounding counties, roughly, their assessment is?
I know that Columbia's is, I've been told two different numbers, 197, and I've been told 206. The other counties around us are much smaller counties that don't run a service anywhere near the size of ours, and they're all below $100.
Mr. Lamb.
Chief, you brought it up, but I'm gonna go back to it. I gotta continue to disagree with you on non-emergency transfers. You can't stand here and tell me that we're generating revenue when all your expenses are coming out of the same bucket and all categorized in the same bucket for the entire department. When anyone is running multiple services out of the same budget and not itemizing those expenses for that particular service, how do you know exactly if you're profitable or not in that non-emergency transfer? And I asked you for some numbers earlier and you gave them to me a couple days ago. And year to date, I'm gonna go through them by month. January, you did 195 non-emergency transfers outside the county. I believe that's outside the county. If I'm wrong, you can tell me. You give them to me.
Sometimes they're in the county.
Okay, well, 195 non-emergency transfers January. February, 202. 225 in March. 223 in April. 226 non-emergency in May, and 206 non-emergency transfers in June. That's roughly averaging 7 non-emergency transfers a day. Some of those are going to Jacksonville. Some of them are going to multiple locations in Gainesville. Some of them are going to Lake City Medical. Tallahassee Memorial got a few. And they're all over the place. I just ran a hypothetical scenario. Let's just say it's to Gainesville. Like I've used this example before. 75 miles to Gainesville one way. So there and back, 150 miles. Hour and a quarter is what I figured to get there. 2 hours, so that's 2.5 hours there and back, and I gave the staff an hour to load and unload. So 3.5 hour turn. In the freight business, that's what I call a turn. 3.5 hour turn. 7 a day, that's 24.5 hours a day of non-emergency transfers that are getting ran. So basically, an ambulance is never getting turned off if you were just using one ambulance. And I know you're using multiple, but if you were just using one, it's never getting turned off. It's being ran 24/7 by staff. With 150 miles round trip, 7 trips a day, that's 1,050 miles a day, 365 days a year. That's 383,000 miles a year on one ambulance. One ambulance. So you've told me before, roughly 250 to 300,000 miles is the life expectancy of the chassis. Usually, if the box is newer, you can keep the box and just re-chassis the whatever you call that. I call it a box. So basically, if you're wearing out an ambulance a year, and you yourself said in a meeting that non-emergency transfers wasn't actually netting you any money, but it allowed you, I quote, it allowed you to employ 12 people. Well, if you're not netting any money, who's buying the ambulance? Taxpayers. It's coming out of your budget. It's budgeted. Ad valorem taxes are buying the ambulance for you to do the transfers. But you got 12 people. I understand that. I don't want to fire anybody or get rid of any employees, but I believe that if we're going to keep doing these non-emergency transfers, I believe we need to get out of them. We need to call Century Ambulance back or whoever that does these and say, hey, y'all come on back and take a look at privatizing this. This is a non-essential service to the taxpayers. We can lighten your budget by several $1 million just by getting a couple million, just by getting out of it. But if we're not going to get out of it, we need to create a completely separate department that is strictly non-emergency transfers. Every employee works for non-emergency transfer. Every ambulance is in non-emergency transfer. They have their own fuel cards. They have their own billing. Everything is itemized to that department. So that way I can look at these people out here and say, yes, he's making money. We need to keep doing this. It's profitable for us to do it. But the way we're doing it is EMS and fire. They're doing it. They're running it with the county's equipment. It's the same guys. I understand they're all on a shift. They rotate. So we don't really know. I couldn't tell you if you were netting any money due to the expenses. They're not tracked. So yeah, you're generating $2.2 million in revenue, but I don't know if that's net. All I know is that's gross, and gross doesn't mean profit.
No,
You know, and
Here, let me hand this out to you guys. These are on 2019-20, because I do not have a full year of figures on 2021 yet. We run our call load on our fiscal year, so all of our stuff matches up with our fiscal year budget. And
you knew I was gonna ask that question, right?
I've had that made for probably a year. It's not even,
Yeah,
no. But yeah, I assume that you would, because that's the information you called and asked me for. But when you look at our transfers, for 19 and 20, we had a total of 9,488 EMS calls. Out of those, 2,712 were non-emergency, and the difference is everybody calls them non-emergency transfers, but they're actually inter-facility transfers, and there are emergency transfers and non-emergency transfers. There are times when the hospital has an emergency patient that needs to get somewhere else because they're dying,
My dad.
and they call us and we take them lights and sirens, emergency.
Right.
But we had 2,712 inter-facility transfers. That's 28% of our EMS call load. When you look at the expense side, now, I agree with you that I can't give you a 100% accurate line of expenses, but I got it as close as I could with the personnel is a known cost. Well, I know what it cost me to hire a paramedic and what it cost me to hire an EMT. I went straight off of starting personnel salaries of a paramedic, 6 paramedics and 6 EMTs is what it requires to run those 2 trucks. And that's $831,686. The fuel is a pretty accurate number. I got the billed mileage from our billing company on our transfers that we ran, and I doubled that because we have to drive back. I average out by $8 a mile, and at the time that I made this paper, I used the average fuel cost at the time that I was paying on my fuel bills. And it came out to $54,000 in diesel fuel, in fuel. Repairs and maintenance, that's the line that I can't get 100% accurate because I don't have a split budget, and this is the budget that I inherited. But I do not have a split budget. Everything is run under one EMS budget. So I took 28.5% of what I spent in repairs and maintenance in 2019, and I attributed it to non-emergency transfers. The supplies, we don't use a lot of medical supplies in non-emergency, in the inter-facilities, because the hospital's already got them on whatever we're doing with them. That was a pretty close estimate of what I felt we did. And then ambulance depreciation annually, I took the cost of 2 ambulances, ran it out over the course of 10 years, divided it by one, divided it out, and it came out to $150,000 a year depreciation on those ambulances, figuring them on a 3-year rotation. So on the revenue side, we had a total expenses of $1,078,686. We brought in $902,792 in revenue from transfers alone. That's strictly transfers. Now, we billed about $2 million worth of revenue. And those were some of the numbers that used to be thrown around, but I'm giving you true, accurate revenue. That is what Suwannee County collected from our billing company. So we had a total net revenue of a negative $175,000 is what it cost us to run inter-facility transfers. But the benefit of all of this is that we have 12 personnel at a cost of $175,000 instead of $831. And those 12 people in those 2 ambulances are available 72% of the time. They're out running 911 fire and EMS calls because they're dual certified people. They're not just paramedics running non-emergency transfers. I can tell you right now, they run more 911s than they do transfers. Now, as we respond and the way that we respond, we do not look at as an inter-facility transfer as a separate type of call. We take call for call. Right now we have 4 trucks we rotate through the transfers to try to limit the amount of call load on one crew or individual. So we start the day off, and if a 911 call comes out, the first ambulance up takes that call. Next call is a fire, they jump on the fire. Next call comes out, it's a transfer. That crew jumps on the transfer, and we rotate through those. Just like if those crews get really busy, I'll stop a crew coming back from Gainesville and put them in the Welborn station, and because they're dual certified, they can stop at that station and cover it while that truck comes and takes a call. If we operated a strictly transfer business, it wouldn't make sense to put them to pay firefighters to do that. We'd be doing paramedics. Well, we're a county government, and we have to give benefits and insurance and retirement and everything else. Well, a single cert paramedic gets overtime at 40 hours. Firefighters are covered by the Garcia rule, so we don't hit overtime until 53. So the way that the county pays, a single cert paramedic would make 32 hours of built-in overtime instead of the 6 hours built-in overtime that our firefighters get. Well, that used to be that way when the county had a separate EMS service and they were single cert. That's the way the paramedics were paid, but the director at the time combated that by paying them a lower hourly wage because of those 32 hours of built-in overtime. With a minimum wage requirement coming to $15 an hour, you can't do that. I mean, they're single cert paramedics, so you can't let them get into overtime or it costs you on the way. So the other thing that you mentioned, that it was a non-essential service, and I disagree with that wholeheartedly, because I watch on a daily basis how Lake City Medical Center calls our dispatch line asking us to come take transfers in Columbia County because Century Ambulance doesn't have a truck available. The last time I had a meeting with the CEO, I just had a meeting with the new CEO of the hospital, and they are looking at putting their own transfer truck on in Columbia County to take over the transfers or to help alleviate the issues that they're having with getting people out of Lake City Medical Center to North Florida or Shands or any other hospital, because they're being told when they call that it'll be 8 a.m. in the morning before we can get trucks to you. That happens on a daily basis. They call us, and I don't take calls over there. Now, we've taken a handful of calls over there because we're a partner with the hospital here, that they have an emergency situation that somebody's going to die and we have a truck available. I've sent a truck over there to haul them to Gainesville just in that situation, but we turn down probably 15 a week of them calling us to come to Columbia County because we're here to assist the citizens of Suwannee County. So if our people are in Suwannee ER, our citizens are in Suwannee ER and they need to go somewhere else, 90% of the time we have a truck available immediately, and if we do have a delay, it's not a very long delay before we can get them to where they need to be. They're not sitting in an emergency room waiting to be transferred on a private company. I don't run the private companies, I only run Suwannee County Fire Rescue. But I'm just telling you what's going on in Columbia County right now.
Go ahead. I just was listening, wrote down a few things, had a few questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brown.
So this charge that we have, you say that, you billed over $2 million, but we've only been able to collect a little over $1 million. Our rate, my question is that rate comparable to, say, a Century or whoever?
Yes, basically what it is you have bills, you have an amount that you bill, but there's contractual allowances with insurance. Private insurances like Blue Cross have agreements and contractual allowances that they'll pay for a certain amount of, for certain things, and that's all they'll pay. And then we have, Medicare has a rate that they pay, and we may bill, just throw a number out there, we may bill $1,000. We're going to get on average $432 from Medicare. And in Medicaid, if it's a Medicaid patient, it's a $190 flat fee, and if it's within the county, there's 0 mileage paid. If it's out of county, it's at $3 a mile instead of our normal $14 a mile rate. So you have contractual allowances that are in there. We're getting of our allowable, contractual allowable billing, we're getting in the mid-90s of that amount of money that we're able to collect. But we're just under 50% of our total billable, what we bill compared to what we collect. And that's pretty much, that's on par with a lot of the other services that I've looked at. Our new billing company that we went with a few years ago has made a huge difference in our billing amounts that we're collecting.
So are those unpaid invoices primarily where an insurance company has refused to pay, or is it just an individual that didn't have insurance, or?
It's a little of all of the above. Some of it is left over after insurance. Some of it is a self-pay bill that they don't have insurance and it's a self-pay.
I mean, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I know you mentioned Century, but I can tell you, if I was a business looking at this, I wouldn't be looking to come down to town to do business and lose money. I mean, I feel like it's a service that we provide to our community, but
Well,
I guess, is there any way to go after those unpaid bills would be my question. I mean, to make it at least pay for itself or to be profitable.
that would be a board decision. Right now, the board is always,
Well,
they do
at
not
least
go
the
after
insurance
self-pay
companies,
bills.
I would say
That would be a board decision.
yeah.
I think I got several things. To how I want you said, I think that historically, the private sector is gonna chase their debts way more aggressively than any municipality in the country is gonna do so. I think Mr. Pravat would probably agree with that. It's bad business to chase, unfortunate person as a municipality. So I would say that our bad debt is a higher percentage due to the lack of aggressiveness on our side on chasing that unpaid debt. That's what I would say to that. It's easier just to, it's just, they couldn't afford it, didn't have insurance, whatever. It's the service that we did. I'd like to ask the chief, how many dual certified employees do you have?
We have, if we're fully staffed, we have 60 shift personnel, 65 total.
On payroll?
65 total people on payroll, yes.
Okay.
I have one, now I do have some single cert people that are on our casual list that fill holes once in a while.
I'm just talking.
And I
about
have
service.
one single cert full-time that is entering fire school, this coming class, so he'll be dual certified as soon as fire school.
Well, along with that, you got on here 12 full-time personnel, and I'm gonna read these numbers because the public doesn't have this sheet, but in your expenses, 12 full-time personnel at $831,686. Well, I divide that by 12, and that's what I was doing, $69,307 annual salary for those people.
Correct.
You can't do that at $12.90 an hour.
No, you can't.
But
Their annual salary is, the EMTs is $38,000 and the paramedics is $43,000. But we're a government agency. When you get over here on the other side of the budget, where you pay insurance, you pay retirement contributions, taxes, and everything else across the board, a $43,000 and some change employee cost me $73,000.
you can't make $43,000 at $12.90 an hour.
No, $12.90 an hour is $38. We don't work 40-hour
Total
shifts.
cost, right?
We
Yeah,
work
that's right.
56-hour weeks.
And that was another one of my questions here that I was gonna ask you later. How, because I don't really understand it. I know that they have built-in overtime.
Yes.
They don't get paid like most employees work X amount of hours and you get paid your hourly rate. How does that?
The way that
I
our
truly
pay,
do not
the way
know.
that our pay works with the Garcia rule, there's two different ways that people do it, that agencies do it, and there's a lot to do it our way, there's a lot to do it the other way. You can either do it on an hour of work basis, and you have, in a three pay cycle, in 3 pay period cycle, you have 120 hours in the first pay. The way your shifts work out with 24-hour shifts, you have 5 shifts. So it comes out to 120 hours in the first cycle, 120 in the second, 96 in the third. And they'll give, some services will give a Kelly day in there on that one of those long weeks to afford paying overtime, that employee has to take off. So they either hire enough people to cover those Kelly days, or they're paying a person to overtime to work in that spot. The way that we do it, and I don't, I know that it's been done this way in my entire career, the way the county has done it, is we are paid 112 hours every 2 weeks. 106 of that is regular time, and 6 hours is built-in overtime. So the weeks that we work 120 hours, we only get paid 112, but the week that we work 96, we get paid 112. It averages out. So in theory, our hourly employees in fire rescue are actually, if they work their scheduled day and didn't take a day off, they're a salaried employee, unless they work an extra day or work extra time. They get the same check every 2 weeks. So it averages out that way, and that's where the built-in overtime comes in instead of a Kelly day. So like I say, some people take that overtime and build it up to a Kelly day. And they give that employee a day off every 3rd week or whatever.
I pulled up a study that GSG did in 2012 for Jackson County, Mariana, and their surrounding communities. In 2012, Jackson County had 36 dual certified employees running 3 shifts, and their annual budget was just a tad over $3 million. Granted, that was 2012. But they're still running the same amount of employees. According to their website, they're still running the same amount of employees in 3 shifts. But yet we have 65. And they are similar geographically in size. They're very similar in population. They're very similar in median income. My question to you is if Jackson County can do it with 36, why does it take us 65?
I guess, what's their call?
If that wasn't published on their website or the report.
We're running 10,000 calls a year.
Well, they say you're running 296.
296 calls.
Yeah, what's a residential fire call?
Study for fire.
Yeah, for fire only. Now, yeah, that 296 is just last year in the time frame that was called from, that was pulled from. We had 10,329 total calls.
Now, what's the call?
EMS and fire.
What's the call?
Whenever
How do you
911
get to 10,000?
Every time 911's called.
I understand that. So you're telling me you had 10,000?
Fire, EMS, and interfacility transfers. I had 10,329 calls.
So you had 10,000. There were 10,000 911 calls come in to you that you responded to.
There might have been a few less than that on the EMS side, which had nothing to do with the fire assessment. But on the EMS side, if we have if we go to a wreck and there's 3 patients there, each one, there'll be 1 incident number from dispatch, from the CAD, but there'll be 3 incident reports written, 1 for each patient. It's by law has to have a separate patient report. We have to track it for billing.
Right.
Now, that may have been generated 1 911 call, but 3 ambulances transported those patients. They didn't all jump in 1 ambulance and go to the hospital together. They were in 3 separate ambulances. So even though 911 was only called once, it's no different than that ambulance going to 3 separate homes and picking up 3 separate patients, because 3 ambulances picked it up. So it is a call.
So in another scenario, if you get a 911 call for a traffic crash and 5 units respond, and it turns out that no one actually, 5 units meaning maybe some pickup trucks, maybe a fire truck, maybe a ambulance, five pieces of equipment respond. No one ends up actually getting transported because there's no injury and they refuse.
Right.
That's 5 calls?
There would be, no, there would be, the only way that an extra report was generated is if there is a patient transported.
I got you.
If we had a traffic crash that had 15 apparatus go to it because it sounded like we had a 20-car pileup on I-10, and they get there and there's nobody injured, 2 incident reports, a fire incident report and an EMS incident report, because the ambulance and the fire truck responded. We have to write a report every time that fire truck goes to a call. Now, if we have a fire call, we have a structure fire, and we have 3 paid stations and 3 volunteer stations paged out, and we get 6 or 7 trucks respond to that call. 1 incident report. That's it. Inside that incident report are unit reports that each individual unit goes in there and writes what they did on that call, but it doesn't count towards the run numbers. It's all inside 1 incident. So in 2019, the property uses that they were looking for in the NIFRS data that was pulled showed the 400, and I don't have that thing in front of me, but 433 calls. We had 841 fire responses, but they were not the property codes that they were looking for the assessment. They were other types of calls, trees down. Now, out of that 841, I can promise you, we probably ran another 200 calls. Because when we have a storm come through the county and take down 50 trees, you know, just an afternoon storm sometimes, we'll have 15 or 20 tree calls on the road. We call dispatch and say, give us a storm number, log everything that all these units go to this one number. And we write 1 report, and in the narrative, we say we did this, 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 and this. Because there's no sense in our guys sitting there taking 3 hours to write 20 reports on a tree that was covering half of a road. So in reality, we had more responses than we actually reported. But the 10,329 was total calls between fire and EMS and interfacility. 9,488 of those were EMS calls. 841 fire calls. So, you know, we're on par right now. The 2021 budget year to date, from October 1, which was where we start our year at, to now I'm at 8992. 8,145 of those are EMS.
So 25 to 30 calls a day, running the 10,000 number.
I can tell you right now, I just had a meeting yesterday with our billing company, and we were averaging 21 transport calls a day. Not all EMS transport, not just interfacility. Right now, we are averaging 21 transports a day. Now, you do the math on that. I don't know what Jackson County's doing, but there's a lot of times that the 8 ambulances that we have available in this county, and they may not be on, you know, there may not be any on transfers. There may be 1 on a transfer. We never send more than 2 trucks out of the county at any time. Now, we don't consider Lake City out of the county because it's close enough, and we transport about half of our residents to Lake City. But we never run more than 2 trucks out of the county at any given time because we're busy enough that there are many times that there's 1 unit has moved from another station somewhere, sit in the middle of McAlpin to cover the county because everybody else is on a call. And then if we get a fire, because we don't have 4 men per station, and everybody that's available responds to that fire, it ties up to where we don't have ambulances available. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there. But we, you know, like I said, I don't know what Jackson County's call load is, and I don't know. Now, our shift staffing isn't, we don't have 65 on shift. That's with admin too. We have 19 available people on trucks. We have 1 battalion chief that's on each shift that's the operations supervisor for each shift. They're the supervisor that is in the 3/4 ton pickup with the topper on it. I'm sure you've seen running around town. They're the shift supervisor. They respond to anything that requires their response, such as structure fires, vehicle accidents, brush fires, any major call other than just a run-of-the-mill medical call. They respond as well to run the scene.
I mean, I called a couple of them, but they didn't call me back yet. I called them today over there.
Right. So like I said, I don't know what numbers what kind of call load they're running, but I can tell you that, you know, we're the busiest rural service in North Central Florida by a long shot.
Any other questions, Commissioner Lane, at this time? Commissioner Hale?
Not at the moment, no, sir.
Yeah, Commissioner White, Chief Andy. On this, back to this EMS transfer, you got $902,792 in revenue, is that correct?
Correct.
On this GSG survey, it shows $2.2 million. I know that's EMS and it's not included in this fire, but is it 2.2 million or is it 900,000?
The 900,000 out of the revenue that we collected in 2019, 902,000 came strictly from the interstate transfers. The other amount of revenue that was collected came from 911.
Okay.
So and that 2.2 million is a projected amount of revenue that, and every year we project revenue in the budget. You know, we may collect, you know, historically we've collected a little bit more revenue. And that's where, if you look in the EMS budget, you know, the contingency line, that's where that extra revenue goes, and that's how I've been able to fund the ambulances and stuff, is out of that contingency line, because we don't have anything built into the budget to fund the ambulances. So that, and then, as I explained to Commissioner Lamb the other day in Ms. Nina's office, the other reason that I try to keep a little bit of money in that contingency line is every year when we go to the state EMS meetings, we get word from all of the different EMS, the state agencies, that, you know, Medicare funding could change at any time. Knock on wood, in the last 3 years, they've been saying it's gonna happen, and it hasn't, but we have to be prepared that mid-year that we could lose half our funding because Medicare changes their funding. Or when I say funding, the revenue that I'm contributing to the budget. So it's, that's the reason that other revenue comes from all the 911 calls.
Gotcha. And so, by this budget and on this assessment, we're asking for a 3% increase year over year. Is that what the deal is, automatic, or is that?
That was the way they built the increment, the GSG built the increments going up. To get us to where we needed to be five years from
Yeah,
now.
that was to get to a balanced budget, but for clarity, I mean, I want people to understand, the folks of this county, we asked these people to do this study. This is just a baseline. This does not mean that this board has to do not one number in here. We have to do something, and I mean, obviously, but this is just something that gives you a balanced budget, and this is what it's gonna cost at the end of this time, is what they're showing basically on rough numbers. I mean, I understand that everybody's upset, but here's the problem. We got a sheet right here that he's gave us that we're, you know, on non-medical transfers, that we're losing money. Well, the same applies to fire rescue.
Oh, yeah.
So us as a board have to figure out how to do within reason for the people of this county, and it has to be within reason. Trust me, I understand everyone that's sitting in this audience today is upset about any type of increase. I feel the same way. But with that being said, I walked into this. This has been 7, 8 years in the making. We all did. But it's our job and responsibility to figure out how to run the county and make it work within reason and respect to everybody. So,
And to provide a level of service
Right.
that they deserve.
I will say this on the non-medical transfer, and trust me, I get both of you gentlemen's comments about, you know, if it's not making money, we don't need to be in it. But then when I hear that we built $2 million and we're only collecting half of it, and I understand Commissioner Land, you know, you're the bad guy if you try to collect more of it, but I just feel like, there again, this was done before a lot of us was on the board as far as taking over and doing non-medical transfer. I have a very hard time taking away somebody's job that I didn't give to them, taking away their livelihood. So, I mean, if we say we're doing away with this, then you're taking away people's livelihood. I struggle with that. But with that being said, I would like to continue to try to do this, but to do it in a way to where we figure out how to get where we need to be. Whether that's collecting more money, whether that's a different spreadsheet like you were suggesting, to where we know exactly if we continue on with it for another year or 2 years and we got a better idea and it absolutely isn't, then I think at that point in time that we, as responsible people, have to make a decision. But I just feel like if we collected 900,000 and we build 2 million, there's some room there to make up the difference of being in the hole. Now, how do we get there? I don't know. That's what I got. That's why I got all you smart gentlemen up here with it.
No, I mean, I agree with you exactly. That's why I keep pounding that is I think it's time that we, as a board, we need to look at this really close to figure out we gotta do better, and by all means, I don't wanna take away anyone's livelihood. I would hope that if we chose to get out of it, that maybe some of the expenses that come along with it, that we shed, and he's got some expenses here, but there's probably some soft costs and some other stuff that if we got rid of those, that we could retain all the employees. By all means, I don't want
Right.
anybody to lose their job. We all got
Well,
families and kids, but.
I wasn't insinuating that you did, but I'm just saying, I mean, it's something that we have to acknowledge.
I do think it's time that as a board, we gotta, I mean, this costing a lot of money, and our payback on that is running about 50% on what we bill, and that's just, you just can't do business like that. I think we need to, like you said, we need to either bust it out and look at it as a,
Well,
just kind of, we need to pay attention to it, so we can do better there.
here's the overall problem with all the conversation's great. We say we don't wanna be aggressive on trying to collect the unpaid money, but as a municipality, we take people's property from them when they don't pay their taxes. You know, not being ugly by saying that's just a general rule and a fact. The reason why I believe, and I may be way off base, but we're all got folks that work for us. The reason why I believe a place like Century is struggling to keep up their contract with Columbia County and calling on us, they can't get no help.
That's all of it.
And I don't know how we gonna open the door and tell them to come in here, because I believe the community, I'm just not 100% ready to jump on that, because I'm just scared the community would suffer from it. And I don't mind us having some conversation and figure out, like you guys are saying, how to at least make that a closer number or a break-even number. Whether it's being aggressive on collecting, or how we do our billing, or what, I don't know.
Right, and I will say, as far as the billing stuff goes, like I was saying before, a lot of that has to do with contractual allowances. It's not just people not paying their bill. There are bills that self-payers don't pay, but there are a lot that do. But the difference in the service that we provide for the community versus a private company, and I'll tell you straight up, and unless you tell me to, as a board, instruct me not to do it, I'll continue to do it as long as I'm running this department. But there's times when we have one of our residents that's being discharged from the hospital, and they don't have a way to get home. Well, alternative transport shuts down at a certain time during the night, and the hospital will call us and say, we have this resident that needs to go back home. Can you guys give them a ride? Well, it's not a billable run, but I go and take that person home because they're a taxpayer in Suwannee County, and that's the right thing to do. And like I said, a private company is not, I can tell you right now, Century has a credit card machine. Now, if you don't have insurance, they'll tell you swipe your card or they ain't gonna call you. They don't have the same rules that apply to them as we do as a government agency, because we are required to provide EMS service to the citizens of Suwannee County, or at least you guys are. Now, we don't, but like I said, I told you guys last time, my job is to give you the facts of what it costs us to do business at the level of service we're providing, and also, give you the ideas, I think, where we need to go to grow this service to better take care of the citizens of Suwannee County. I've been here for a long time. I started on as a one-man engine covering this entire county with all volunteer backup, and I've been from here to the Santa Fe River and been the first truck to spray water on a fire, and we've grown to the point of having five paid stations, and we still have some volunteers around that help us out. But we can't grow. I've tried to put programs in to grow the volunteer program, but people don't volunteer. You can't get anybody to work right now, let alone that you can't pay them to work. You're definitely not gonna get new people to volunteer. So what I'm trying, listen, I understand, I'm a taxpayer too. I don't wanna pay more taxes as much as anybody else, but as the fire chief, it's my job to try to make sure that we're able to respond and take care of these citizens. And it costs money to do that. And unfortunately, like Mr. Harris said at the beginning, you guys didn't cause the problem, but we haven't raised anything in 7+ years, 8 years. We've never gotten to a fully funded rate. We've got a deficit in our budget. The main thing that I'm asking, I didn't come in here, I didn't ever expect, whenever I came in the workshop, I presented a 5-year plan to you guys. I didn't expect to get to that on day one. I still don't expect to get to that on day one. What I'm looking for out of the board is, and us as a group, is to come together and make these decisions of where we need to start at, where we're comfortable starting at, and let's figure out a plan to incrementally get there, because the people of the county deserve a fast response on fire and EMS. And with 2 guys in a station right now, you know, if they're going on one or the other calls, that truck's not there available for them. If we have, you know, so that's where we got to get. And however it takes us to get there, and you know, we've got to get there.
Mr. Fleming.
I've listened and I have some comments. I don't know the full reason why I was here on this board the time that Andrew was here, but it wasn't great, and I think Chief know that. It wasn't good for the citizens of Suwannee County. I feel as if we as commissioners, we're responsible for all these people. It doesn't matter what district that we have, that we are over, that we, our constituents that are. We're responsible for this county as a whole. And I was just sitting and thinking, and that it ain't that I spent a lot of time in the hospital, but most recently my mom was in a situation a week and a half ago. I saw Suwannee County Fire Rescue come in Lake City. Down in Gainesville, I saw the same thing. There's a need here, and we have to be accounted for it. Folks get sick around us. We have to be accounted for the people in this county, and I have to use your words, Mr. Chairman. I'm passionate about the people in Suwannee County. And I have to support fire rescue, and I think, I mentioned this to you, Chief Hand, you know more about it than we do. We have to try to figure it out to make it work in order for it to work. I hope we as commissioners sit down, hash this thing out, work together so that it would help every individual out here. We may not be utilizing it. I may not be utilizing it. You may be utilizing it. And at some point, we all going to have to, go that route. I think Chief, I've enjoyed what you said. Mr. Brackley, thank you for your presentation on what you were saying. And I think I'm not saying we're going about it wrong, but I think we're going about in a manner that we all are going to be pleased. But at some point, I know it's got to happen. We got to spend money. We got to bump it up a little bit in order for every one of us to, we don't see it now, but at the end, and really, I think we're able to see it. I don't want to, I have a desire that if we sit here and just go round and round and play in the sand, we need to make a decision and get it done. There's some individuals that are not here. 7 years ago, they were here, they asked questions, what takes so long? Why did the unit take so long? Why did the unit go here? Why did the unit go there? So they don't let it call. And there's a problem, and I don't know I know we can't compete with Columbia County, we can't, Alachua, all those other counties, the communities, they're much larger. But I do love our fire rescue. I don't think, Chief, I don't think you're trying, being overbearing and trying to get what you need done. I tell you so many times, I want to work with you, do what's right for all these people that sit in here. It's something that we don't know. Unforeseen events come up, they come up and they happen. So I would like to see this board, this group, let's work together and try to get this thing taken care of for these people out here, these good people out here.
Thank you, Commissioner Fleming.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Waddle.
Chief Hand, if we were doing the assessment just to cover what you had to cover today, what it would take to cover your deficit in your budget right now, today, just like we're operating as is, what's that number?
Well, the best, not knowing not having this information, the full information like we had that they put together for this study, the best that I could put together at the last workshop was that just the deficit of not being, just to cover the deficit of in reoccurring expenses, not being able to purchase any equipment or anything like that, just the reoccurring expenses. It would take the current fully funded rate of 118 would generate about $240,000.
So roughly $120
Yeah.
would break you even, right?
Would probably break us even now, yes, but that does nothing but cover that fire deficit.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is, I guess the elephant in the room here is we gotta come up with a number, so that's what I'm getting at. And, we gotta have a starting point, and, we can beat this around all day long, but, where's that number at?
Yeah, I mean, if we were at a fully funded rate going off of just what, somewhat comparing our budget is very similar, to, we would probably be taking the payout off of the numbers that they put together in this. If you took the payout, because right now the rate of the 21-22 budget, but it's got the pay added, would be $230, the 5-year average rate. So it would be a little below that, if you were to incrementally increase it. But around $200 would be where what GSG would say that our fully funded rate for our status quo budget is.
Let me say one thing before you, and I'll pick right back up with you. We spent a lot of time today talking about non-emergency transport. What I'd like to do is get a consensus of the board. Are we okay with trying to leave that in place and move forward and study that? I want to be clear with that, and I want to get over here on this to where we're fixing to decide how many people's going to be in the station, how much, what's what. But I would like the board just to clarify that we're okay with moving forward with, myself, I'm in favor of keeping it because of the service that we provide to Suwannee County, but at the same time, I realize that we have a deficit. I want to figure out how to fix it.
You're looking at me.
Well,
I talked about it.
Well, because, no,
That's all right.
you've had the most questions about it, so
Yeah.
that's all good.
No, I would be, I'm not saying we need to get out of that next year. I do believe that we owe it to the people of Suwannee County to do a better job if we're gonna do it. Because the way we're doing it now, whether we like it or not, these taxpayers are subsidizing part of that. It ain't, according to this number, it's not a lot, but they're subsidizing a service that they're not. It is, maybe it is essential, maybe it's not, but if we're gonna keep doing it, we gotta do a better job at it. Whether that's collecting more debt, we're collecting half of what we bill. In private sector, that's, you're going broke, you're going backwards.
I will say on the collection side of it, that is the norm in EMS billing, and every time Mr. Powell comes and does audits, he tells Nina how much better we do as far as our EMS collections than most of the other places he works. That is the norm, and I will say that the counties that do turn their citizens over to collections, you don't end up getting a lot out of that. You get some more revenue. You're going to get more revenue if you turn someone over to collections, but the percentage that the collections company ends up taking, and the amount that let's face it, sometimes people, it don't matter whether you turn them over to collections or not, they can't afford to pay the bills, they still don't pay. So the amount of revenue that we would improve, like I said, that is we're pulling if we could go back to where we were before we switched to the billing company that we are now, and they got everything refined on our county, and the amount of revenue that was brought in comparative to this company, we're bleeding the turnip pretty good. It's just the nature of the business, and unfortunately EMS is just, it's EMS and fire both. I mean, we're at least pulling revenue in, you know. Columbia County, and to answer your question, I've got some information here. It's $219.98 is Columbia County's fire assessment.
Oh, I had asked that.
I'm sorry, it's 2019, $219. Well, that pays for their fire department. That fire department brings in zero revenue of any kind. So we're doing fire and EMS, and their budget is very similar to ours. As far as total, they're a couple million behind us, but they're bringing in zero revenue. So, you know, we're just, you know, like I said, I'm very fiscally conservative with the money that's in our budget. You know, I know in this year's current budget that I turned in and proposed to you guys, there's, both budgets are under budget from what we budgeted last year. You know, I can continue, and I'll continue to do that as long as I'm the chief of the department. Like I said, you know, I'll answer any, I really don't have a lot more to present to you. You know, I am very passionate about the department because I've been here from day one, and I care about this county immensely.
That's fine. I mean, I just wanted to get a consensus on the board that we're willing to stay on track with this non-emergency, and because at the end of the day, I got people that's concerned about it, so I got to figure out how we can address as a board to make people feel more comfortable is what I'm saying.
Right.
So
And the only thing about us, excuse me, that just to add to that, because Commissioner Land had mentioned separate budgets and everything else. Like I say, we don't just run non-emergency with that. So if I had a non-emergency budget, then I'm either gonna be taking from that budget, running emergency calls, because those guys are gonna go on fires. We're gonna take care of it, you know, if no one else is available, they're running 911 and fire. We run 3 divisions out of one budget, or 2 budgets. It's just what Suwannee County does. We just happen to do the inner facilities, and we happen to do 911, and we happen to do fire. And because we fund by a fire assessment, we have to pay for fire out of that fire assessment. The rest we pay out of the general revenue ad valorem. So it's hard, it would be hard to even with a separate budget to still nail it down 100%, because how many times, you know, am I gonna not let them respond to a 911 call because they're paid for out of the transfer budget?
I understand what you're saying, but
Right.
on the same hand, I want you to understand I'm fighting for you here, but
Yes,
it's
sir.
something we will need to get in the workshop and deal with.
Yes.
It's just a fire workshop, it's
Yeah.
not to deal with everything we're doing.
Right, I
But
understand.
I need support of my board to say that we're good to move and see if we can make something better out of it, is what I'm saying, or we can keep it intact for now.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Stapleton, I'm gonna be honest with you. If Mr. Powell says a 50% collection rate and we're doing great at that, well, I can't support staying in the business if that's as good as it gets. You know, running non-emergency or inter,
That,
what do you call it?
that is overall. That isn't just non-emergency. We're in the same boat on our 911 collections.
But 911.
I bill just as much more
Where I'm-
over on 911 as I do
Where I'm
collecting.
going with that is in my position is that I never feel like any government agency should compete with the private sector if the private sector can provide that service at a affordable rate. And at 50% is as good as it gets, and there's a private sector company that's out there that maybe they're not willing to do it because it's
Well, that's
not
what
that
Commissioner,
great.
that's what Commissioner Fleming was saying, that the folks weren't happy with what they was receiving at that time.
No, and to what these private sectors do is say that if someone is sick or injured, credit card, you gotta stick a credit card in to get service. I think that's poor business. I know that's private sector. That's bad, poor business that you're not caring for individuals. You gotta stick a credit card in there, you gotta pay them right then. Everybody can't do that. And,
And I'm afraid, like you said, in the private sector department, we've done the homework for them, here's the business model, they gonna look at that and go, we ain't coming to my loop.
Yeah.
We ain't coming to one again.
Well, I just feel like at the end of the day, we need to do better. And we gotta, it's no different than you're providing better service today than you did last year or the year before. Every day we try to do better. My point is, if we're only collecting 50%, I don't care who says that's the best it can be, we need to do better. We just gotta figure out how to do better. So, gentlemen, I'm just asking you, let's keep it together for now. Let's move forward, figure out what we can do. If we get down the road a year or 2 years down the road and it's just not working, then
Well, and I agree with that. I agree with Mr. Landry. I would like to be able to take and have that conversation with those other, whether it's Century or whoever it is. I mean, we don't even know if they're interested.
Yeah, I mean, we don't ask them, how do we know that they're not interested?
But we can do our request for proposal or whatever. Let's ask.
Mr. Chairman.
yes, sir.
The biggest piece that's missing to this thing is the level of service. Commissioner Fleming stated it very clearly. The private sector will not provide the level of service that the citizens of this community are accustomed to. That's the fact. They had years to do it and they didn't do it. Were they present? Did they show up? Yes. Were they the private sector? Yes. You check off a few of the boxes, but when it comes to level of service, zero comparison. Zero comparison. The question really is, what does the level of service need to be in the county? And what can the board do to get it as close as you feel like you need to be able to provide, and at what cost? Government services are not money makers. Everybody knows that. I can complain as good as anybody. I could write a book on it. Okay? Everybody in this room could write a book on government services not being a money maker. We're simply trying to provide services that everyone agrees that they need at the best cost we can. I don't know how you get there. I don't have any recommendations. I'm thrilled to sit back here and just observe, but it's gonna boil down to the level of service that you think has to be available in this community for the people that live here. That's gonna be the bottom line, and I don't have the answers. But asking them to come offer a proposal, that'll be all over the place. But when it
Just an
comes-
idea.
Yeah, no, it's a great idea. It's a great idea. The difficulty is like so many other things where we have to request a proposal, is writing the specification, the minimum specification, and say, this is what you have to provide. That's the hard part. But asking is a great idea.
And I don't have a problem, I mean, I'm good with, we gotta continue on, we can't just stop here in the middle of the road with this, but, I mean, we're here for the fire, and that's what I wanna get down to, but the EMS, I'm good with that, until we do decide that, we ain't gotta decide that today.
Right. I just want us to all be on the same page.
But I would like to see some clearer expenses and what it's costing us, and really what, drill down on that number as close as we can get. I know you can't do it 100%, but I think we can get fairly close with it. So, with that being said, I'm good, I think.
All right, Jim, we're gonna move forward here. So here's where we're at. We gotta decide, basically, we're at $100 right now. You was having some discussion, Commissioner White was with him. And basically, that's gonna amount to how many personnel you have at that station. This is what's gonna determine the assessment, I'd say, per household.
Correct.
On this assessment that we have in front of us right here, does this have the new station and the employees built into it already?
Yes, what you have in front of you is 6 stations with pay increase and all other operational costs that it takes to run that station.
How many employees would that be?
That would add six more employees over what we have now, so we would have 66 shift personnel.
Per station, I think. How many?
No.
2 per station.
2 per station. It would be an addition,
Is that reflected in 21, 22,
in 21, 22, that's reflected.
even though
Right.
that station is
Right.
not going to be functioning that first year?
Right.
That's my point, that's
Right,
why
we can,
there's some.
we can take some of the cost out of that, yes, that's, you could fund it lower in the first year. But for them to build the proposal, they had to put it in at a starting point to, this is, because we've committed to build the station. And, at the last time we met and talked about pay, we had, all five of you guys had a consensus that we need to do that. So the information that I gave GSG to put together was starting with what we had already committed to do and moving towards the 4-man stations. And so it would be the current personnel that we have on staff plus, that has the 6 personnel for the new station, and it has the escrow lines for the equipment to be in the budget, and then the other increases in budget is the operational cost of adding a 6th station and the other personnel to the budget. And like I said, and the number isn't just that high because we added the $1.8 million to above the current budget. It's because the funding shifted more on the fire side than the general fund side. So if if the board left it like it is, the fire assessment number could be lower, but the general fund has to take up the bulk of the increase.
So this number, Mr. Chairman, this number, this 262 in year 1, 21, 22, that is a reflection of what you just stated without the general fund kicking in zero. General fund, it would be self-sustaining. The general fund would not subsidize
If we
either
went-
department.
No, the general fund would still put into the EMS budget because we don't have an EMS assessment.
Right.
But it would lower the amount the general fund puts into our budget now by $1.488 million.
How much is the general fund putting in there now? No, it's 3 million for both, right? But it's split, what,
Total.
68, 20?
Total, the general fund puts in right now on the current, and just a
3
second.
million something.
Currently, right now, on my current budget, on my proposed budget that for 21, 22. I'll get to the right page here, hold on.
What's that split while you're looking? Mr. Harris, you know that?
7327.
But under the current deal, with GSG, it's a 50-50 split, is that correct?
Yes.
That's what's proposed.
That's what's being proposed, yes.
That's correct. So your ad valorem general revenue taxes will come down, and you're picking up the expense of the assessment.
Currently,
It's
3.9 million.
4 million bucks.
Yeah, $4 million right now. It would drop on the new station. If we did the proposed 6 stations, 2-man staffing, with a 50% split, it would go down to 3.3 million. Now, that's currently is what we're taking out. That's at 5 stations. So we're adding more cost on the EMS side too. But it would go down $1.4 million if we did everything that we're talking about in the proposal at a 27% split versus a 50% split. It would go down $1.48 million. If we
Say that one more time, at what rate now?
If we did the 6 stations at 2 men, it would, and funded it on the 27% split that we currently have versus the 50% split, the fire assessment is at 262, but the general fund would go down 1.48, 450. So 1.4.
At the 27% deal. Or
If we did it at the 50%
Yeah,
split.
50, that's-
The fire
that's what I'm trying to
assessment,
get to right
the
there.
fire assessment would have to be at the 262,
Right.
and then it would lower the general fund side, 1.48 million, or 1.488, 450,
Using the 50-50 split.
50-50 split.
So it's my understanding, Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we gotta come up with a minimum number here and a maximum number, but how long the saying this is, and then we still got to go through some more process here before we actually get a solid or a legal number that we're going to assess.
I mean, basically, exactly what you said, you
We need a
gotta have a
range.
start number today, and you gotta have a number, ending number, and the 5-year ending number to where you're going.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the resolution has got to have a maximum number, but they can fund it at anything below that.
Yeah, so for the August 3rd meeting, we need maximum rates. You can always come
No, no.
down from that at the final public hearing in early September. As far as what you do in future years, it's probably good to be thinking about that and have a plan, but each year you have to make these decisions. So next year, you're gonna make a decision of what you're gonna set those rates at. Generally, you haven't changed them year to year. If you're thinking about having a plan where you start at $150 rate or $200 rate or $300, whatever that rate is, and gradually increase it each year, that's fine, but you still have to make that decision each year. You can't make it all at that August 3rd meeting.
No, right, only thing we're gonna determine this year is the maximum rate that will be
That we won't go above.
for
That's
1
right.
year.
We can go down, but we can't go up.
Yeah,
For this year.
For this year, that's correct.
But if I understand right, Mr. Chairman,
This year
So-
for notice purposes.
I can kind of, so there's a lot of moving pieces here. The other issue is that you are sending first-class notices to all property owners. So if you don't want to incur that cost again next year, it would be good to set a maximum rate that you put in the notice. So perhaps a notice for residential property might say the maximum amount without future notice is $300. This year's proposed rate is $200, something along those lines. Otherwise, if you want to raise it to, 210 or 220 next year, you would have to renotice everyone again and incur that cost. So there's kind of a balancing act there with putting out higher rates that you're not going to adopt this year, but you might in future years, versus having to pay to renotice everyone and send a separate first-class mail notice to every property owner in the county each year.
Thank you, sir.
Can you tie that, if we do it, if we set a rate, can we tie it to an index? So like, CPI or something, can that be, no, Corvette saying no?
You can have that as a plan, but you can't bind a future board. So the board next year will have to make a decision to set the rates at whatever amount that actually is.
and that's exactly what I was going to say. We had a rate, you guys has been on board, it's been 118. The last 2 years, we voted to leave it at 100. It's been at 118 for 8 years. So it's up to that board, us, or whoever it is.
Never funded that.
That's right, and that's what we can do as well, like you're saying, if we set it 300, we could say 120, that's what we're gonna do, or 150 or 200, whatever you're saying. And that's where to stay below that. Right.
But you're saying we can set a rate today, or when these notices go out, we can go ahead and make a higher number there. We can say we're only gonna charge this amount this year, but that rate's still there, so we don't have to send out all those notices again if we decide to up it the following year.
That's correct.
Well, that saves a bunch of money.
That's right.
And how long,
That's the goal
I guess
here.
that's as good as forever, or until we decide doing another study?
Well, in this case, it's been 8 years.
8 years, yeah.
So how long can you leave it like that? How long is that
I think as
maximum?
long as you want to, you just can't go above that rate without doing another study.
Without doing another study and sending out another.
Without sending out additional notices.
Right.
You're still gonna have, every year, you're still going to have a rate resolution.
Right.
You're still gonna have public hearings,
That's
it's gonna be
right.
public notice. You just don't have to go back and do that mailing and.
That's right.
My thought right here is, I wanna get through this year.
Yep.
I mean, we don't have a station built. We don't even know if we're gonna have that station built next year when we get here. We think we are.
That's what I was gonna say. If anyone were to ask me, and I'm not suggesting that you ask me, what I would recommend is that we not deal with the additional personnel in the next year proposed budget, but pick up that additional personnel in the following year, because I'm convinced that it's gonna take us a year to build that station.
At least.
So that'll give you some relief for next year. It would be a matter of pulling that number out for that labor, coming back. We're gonna be meeting Tuesday to establish whatever's gonna be established. That'll give you a little bit of time for these two people to scramble and give us some new information if you chose to do that. A very short period of time. But we know that we could realize some relief in next year's budget by pulling those people out that we won't need until the following year. That might be a reasonable approach, at least. I don't know what else you might want to pull out or consider, but that would help with some.
But I just want to be clear. What we need to do today is set that maximum number. I mean, not set, but agree that that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Next Tuesday is when you actually have to do it.
Yeah, we need to know what to put in the resolution, and it doesn't have to be one number. If you give us some kind of direction, we can come back with options. So if you tell us we wanna cut, from this 262 in that budget, we wanna cut $1 million out of that, 1.5, 2 million, we can give you increments if you wanna see the rates at $200, $210, $220, $230. We just need some kind of guidance to know what to bring back to the board. And then we can always plug those rates in the resolution. We also, assuming you want to avoid having to notice people in future years, know what the maximum rates you want to include in there would be.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
So we kind of need some kind of direction on that today as to what to bring back to you for that August 3rd meeting.
So, Mr. Chairman, so is it as options, I'm asking a question to all of you, and him, Mr. Rackley as well, is it better to say, to give him, all right, we want to cut out the extra manpower because we don't have a station to put them in there for next year, and maybe we go to $12 an hour, because the letter of the law doesn't make us go to $15.50 next year? Or is it better to say, I mean, I probably should ask you this and see what they think about it, but, or is it better to say, cut $1.5 million and $2 million out of that, a number? What's easier for you, I guess? Is it easier for us to give you a number, or is it easier for us to give you cut these options?
I don't know the other number, so somebody would have to tell me, here's what the cost is to go from
Option,
1280, I don't even know what you're at now, 1280, or I just heard that
I think
earlier, to
it's the same end
1550.
result, though. What you're asking is, what is that number if we cut that out? Yeah. I think-
Yeah, so I mean, that would take some work probably with staff to get to those numbers, so it may be that you tell staff, and let's take out the capital replacement funds, we'll figure out some other way to replace engines and ambulances. I know the chief probably doesn't like me saying that, but, I mean, because that's something you have to do, but maybe you just don't do it under the fire assessment. Maybe take out this additional staffing from Station 6, take out, I mean, and this is all up to the board as to what you want to direct to take out, and then we can work with staff to figure out what those numbers are and come back to you with that number.
What's the equipment allocation for replacement?
What do I have in the budget? It's on the fire side, this covers all type, engines, brush trucks, tankers, anything that needs, I put it in at 450,000 a year, which is basically being able to try to do one apparatus a year. And then we have,
Over 5 years.
well, it's 450,000 every year in the budget. So, you know, if I need to buy 2 trucks that cost $200,000, I've bought 2 trucks and I've got 50,000 still in that line. But it's basically making it, you know, that would be all apparatus, and of course, we're talking an overall budget. I added 300,000 per year on the EMS side. Now, I can tell you where I'd like to be, and I can tell you exactly about what it would cost. If I take my proposed budget that I've already turned in, and I add, give me just a second. I got the figure in my head, but I don't want to misquote it.
Chief, while you're looking, you got 250 in here for a fire truck too. Should that be
Ladder
included?
truck.
Ladder truck.
Yeah, we have down the park with a 4-man station, you know, with a 4-story and a 6-story building,
Right.
and we have
Hotels.
the hotels at the interstate, and we have the biggest one that you know, that we have other buildings that aren't 100% super tall, but like Klausner, Benderholz.
It's so easy.
If something happened at Benderholz with all that lumber stored in there, an aerial master stream to be able to fight that fire if all that lumber kicked off in there and the sprinklers didn't do their job.
That's the one time I wasn't.
That-
I
that's
wasn't
a- that
questioning the
basically-
equipment. I was questioning. Is
That
a
would
one-time or
basically,
is
that's basically an escrow line that we would roll to, you know, we would try to build that 250 up to get, because the ladder truck's $1 million piece of equipment.
Okay.
So
My question.
trying to build that up to escrow. The other line it's technically an escrow line, but it would be basically able to be used annually, you know, for whatever fire apparatus is needed.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Eddie, would that be in that 450 line, is that for your re-chassis and stuff?
No, that's on the fire, the 450 is on the fire side, 300 is for the re-chassis side.
What are those running now? I know they gotta be.
They're anywhere, it all depends on the truck. The 2 that I have proposed in this year's budget are 180,000 apiece for the re-chassis, but it's because we're switching from a Freightliner chassis back to a Dodge. There has to be some extra metal work done on the front of the box because of the difference in the chassis. We tried, Chief Summers, under his leadership, we tried moving to the Freightliners, thinking that the little heavier duty chassis would be a better service for us, and it's not. And we have patients complain all the time because they vibrate the way that they do. They're loud in the back. You can't even hardly talk to the paramedic can hardly even talk to the patient with them. So we're switching back to a Dodge, but they range in price depending on how much work the box needs to revamp it versus but no, what I'd like to, I mean, really and truly for next year, what I'd like to really see happen, and it's, you know, and it's to help to try to retain some of these employees, is the cost of going to the 1550 starting pay over our the board's proposed raise for this year, the 1% and 50 cents, in my part is $605,000. That would be and that like I said, that's not just that's put in a compression adjustment throughout the department, so we don't have somebody that's been there 5 years making the same thing that the guy that started today. So, you know,
Is that the fire station?
that's my current proposed 5-station budget. That's where we need to be. That's where I would like to be at for 21, 22.
Do you have the per residential, what that would run?
I don't have the.
If we go from.
I can give them a total figure of what the budget is, and they can work it out pretty quick. But I know that at the current split, most of the cost of that 600,000 would come from the general fund. So it wouldn't. I can tell you right now, I've got a balanced budget on the fire side for 21, 22. So if we raised it to 118 and brought in to cover that deficit, it would definitely give the budget enough to keep it balanced. I don't have it very well balanced, but it's balanced. So if we increase the salaries, the amount that went up in the fire side, I didn't make that figure, but I can tell you, because I didn't expect that question, but I can tell you real quick.
Mr. White, you have a question?
Well, if you go up $50 on 15,500 residents, it's $775,000.
So,
They're basing their study off 15,500 residents. Your current fire assessment's at $100. Well, you just take 50, if you're gonna raise it to 150, you take $50 times the 15,500, and that gives you $775,000.
Yeah, it's not quite that clean because the non-residential rates increase too, and there's exemptions.
Oh, I get that, but I'm just rounding them.
I'm guessing based on what she was saying, probably the 165 to 175 rate, something like that, to bring to net around 3 million as opposed to the 2.1 or so you're at now.
The salaries would increase the fire budget $163,000. If we paid the salaries, that would increase, and then the remainder of that 600 would be out of, the 605,000 would be out of the general fund. Now, I did up my projections on my revenue this year, so the amount of money that would be funded to my budget from the general fund would be less 200,000. So I'm providing more revenue out of what we collected to cover my budget over last year's budget. And if we could come up with a way to, like I said, if we could come up with a way to fund if we can fund the 605,000, and I go back to my normal projections on my revenue, and I have that 200,000, I can cover the other 200,000 out of my budget. Then we could give the employees that this year.
To 1550.
And that would go ahead and get it to where we are competing with the larger departments and hopefully keep some of our people. And that would, like I said, that would be, I mean, I would have to give them, to get an exact number of where that would have to be to be a fully funded rate. I would have to give them the budget number and let them compute that out. But like Commissioner White said, it's, I know the $18 generates about 240,000. And that's, all that is, I mean, that's just taking a percentage of what 118 is compared to 100 and taking it to 2.1 million, but I know we're getting in and kind of ballparking a figure.
But I still have to understand though, you said if we increase it $50, you said 100, we was at 100 and then 50, but we still got the 18 out there that we've been subsidizing.
No, I was just throwing that out there to say he was wanting to increase his pay, and it's gonna cost around 600 grand to do it. And if you raise that assessment to $50 by the number of residents that we're using the number we're using, that's $775,000, give or take a little bit, but it'll be pretty close. I'm just throwing that out there. I mean,
You're right, with some minor modifications like I spoke to because of other properties.
and what was you saying, sir, about, you were thinking 160, 170? I mean, what were you just saying a minute ago when I was throwing that out there?
So you can't just raise the residential rate, there's the non-residential rates, you have to proportionally raise as well.
Right.
Most of your exempt properties are non-residential. So increasing that residential rate, you're also gonna lose revenue on the exempt properties that you're not charging.
Yeah.
So it's not clean, it's $50, that's what I'm guessing, more like.
But we haven't addressed the vacant land yet, or the other part of it, I would guess.
All the rates have to be proportional.
Okay.
So if we're keying off the residential rate, and this is just a guess, I'm guessing 165, 170 as opposed to the 150, because the math's not that clean. And I don't know how the board wants to do this, we can come back and give you rates at $250,000 increments or $500,000 increments, or we can key off the residential rate and give you the rate starting at 150, 160, 170, 180. just tell us what you want to bring back.
Does that cost us more money, or is that
No.
included in the price?
No. We'll run whatever rate scenario you want to see. I prefer not to do it by $1, but I've done that before as well, so
I would like to see it
That's
just
what I
by the
would like to see.
residential. I mean, I'd like to see it where I know what each homeowner, what they're gonna pay, not by the $250,000 or whatever.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, I agree with you 100%. I think keying off the residential is the way to go, because that's the higher number percentage of the people paying it.
Well, that's where the burden lies.
But yeah, so what I would like to see us to do, and y'all, you may or may not like it, but our ad valorem tax collection this year is gonna be north of $20 million, highest ever been in the state's history of Suwannee County. We're sitting on 2 federal bills that are gonna put us in a really good spot. Federal funds are, unfortunately, this is unfortunate, but our fire assessment and our garbage assessment are both gonna be as high as they've ever been in history of Suwannee County. Our general fund should be in pretty good shape with what I just said. I would be in support of going to the 118 this year due to where we've been with COVID and loss of income, and I mean, people have been struggling, and you know, do what the chief said and let the general this year pick up the tab for the difference. I mean, and I don't know what we set that max at now. I mean, that's up to y'all. I mean, we got the report to kind of set the max for us, so I don't know how we handle that.
Yeah. Cause you gotta redo it every year anyway.
You gotta redo it each year, so next year that 118 could be higher and less on the general, but I mean, I'm just one guy throwing out ideas.
Well, we can definitely, I mean, and like I spoke to you guys, I'm trying to get us in a direction of where we need to be, and I understand we can't get there today. And if you guys can determine a maximum rate that gets us towards where we need to be, and this coming year, we have the money budgeted to build the station. The station, we've got the $750,000 grant. I've got $250,000 in the budget that we rolled from last year. And we have the CARES money that has to go back towards the fire department budget due to the fire department paying the salary. So
It's about 1.1.
it's 1.1 and some change, I don't know the exact, but we have the money to build the station. So we could go ahead and get started in this budget year building that station. And if we have that maximum rate set, then we can figure out by next year what that rate has to be to put that station in operation. And if we went to the 118, it's gonna cover the fire side of the salary increase. And if I go back to my projections on my revenue that we did this past year, and that 200,000 that would have went back to the general fund would cover 200,000, and I could cover the other 200,000 out of my budget, out of my contingency line that it's going to drop it a little bit more than I'd like to see it go down, but I could cover it for the year, and that gives us until next year to figure out where that rate needs to be and whether or not we're going to make that salary shift over to the fire assessment. Or the 50-50 shift, we could leave the shift as it is this year and just go to the 118. I can balance my budget at 118 on the fire side.
That's 118 residential.
Yeah, and everything else changes a little bit
A
with
little
it.
bit with it.
Yes, but it would, like I said, on a rough ballpark, just percentage of the difference in 100 and 118, we're looking at about, $240,000 that'll generate. And that's rough. I mean, they would have to go put it through their whole, their whole formula to get the exact amount.
They would just set it like at 118 and then go like cap it at 160 or something like that. Or
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I mean, we got a lot of people from the public here. I mean, I think that all of these folks would understand that, I mean, spending $100 for 7-8 years, I mean, you can't buy a car for what you can 7-8 years ago. Mr. Chief can't buy life-saving apparatuses and ambulances for what he did. I mean, I think they all understand that it should have been going up a little bit all along. And it's falling on in our laps to one, try to catch it up a little bit, but I think they would be understanding if we try not to do that overnight, and maybe go to the 118. I mean, if you're talking $18, I mean that's a little over $1.50 a month out of your pocket. I mean, is that too much to ask? I'm looking for head shakes or whatever.
Well, why not just do 120? I mean, I like people.
Well, I mean, or 120. I mean, that's 120. I mean, that's too.
The 118 is what you could have went up if we hadn't have done the
Right,
study
yeah.
without having to send out notices. With us sending the notices out, you can make it whatever you want it to be. It just, the 118 was the figure that I know, I kind of knew what it would
Yeah,
generate.
and that's the only reason like you have to read that.
You know, you can,
Yeah.
with sending the notices out, which we've already committed to do, you know, the thing is the maximum rate is what you gotta figure out is where,
Right.
are you willing to set it at that $300 range that gets us in 5 years to the 4-man stations? You know, so the notices don't have to be sent out, because whatever you set the maximum rate at, once you get to that rate, then it can't be raised above that without notices going out.
Or a new study.
Right,
If
or
you do
a new
maximum
study,
study.
right, correct. So, you know, like I said, all I'm here to do is try to give you guys the information, like I told you before. That's my job, but whatever size boat you give me, I'll drive it, whether it's a John boat or whether it's a yacht. You know, I feel like we have a very good service already, but it does need improvements, and we've had to, just get by. And I will tell you, the 21-22 proposed budget in the fire is nothing but operational expenses. The one that I turned in already. I took out any projects, the storage building, the different things that we need. I pulled from the budget because I didn't know what we were gonna have to work with. And, and that's all stuff that we'll figure out in the future.
Thank you, Chief. Before I go any further, so gentlemen, y'all are thinking about the cap rate, then you gotta think about where we're gonna set, what the spread's gonna be. Could I see a show of hands of folks that would like to comment? All right, Chief, let these folks comment while we're thinking about this part before we make a decision. I want them to have their chance.
Thankfully, Mr. Norris didn't raise his hand.
You're right. Just name and address for the record.
I'm Joseph Carroll, 904 Pine Avenue Southwest here in Live Oak.
Welcome, sir.
I'm a retired federal firefighter, and Chief, I do appreciate your positions and everything, because I know firsthand what Chief is having to deal with and everything. I also appreciate what your dilemma is. I do have one quick question, everything for clarification. It might make this a lot easier on everybody. The increase, is this monthly, quarterly, annually?
Annually.
Okay, so we're talking an extra $20 a year?
Yeah.
I'll give you $20 a year right now. Yeah. Now, I'm not the average person though, and I understand that and everything. However, keep in mind and everything, anybody that has never been a firefighter, has never ridden on an apparatus, etc., you don't have any idea just how scary it really can be to go into a fire, do EMS, etc. I remember the first AIDS patient I had to treat and everything. And this is back in the era when we didn't know how you got AIDS. We didn't, for all we knew, you got it from a mosquito. And that was a rumor that really did fly around. And so you're talking about nerve-wracking and everything. You got this disease, you don't even know how you got it. Well, today, we're dealing with COVID. We do know how you get COVID. And it is that deadly. So imagine what these gentlemen, the men and women of the fire department, are having to go through. They're going into these strangers' homes. They don't know what environment it is. I have fallen through a house fire, through the floor into the basement of a house fire. I've had a house fall on me. I have done all these things, multiple car vehicle accident on the highway, etc. I've had lightning strikes around me, power lines fall down, etc. I'm fortunate enough to have survived it and everything. These men and women that risk their lives every day, truthfully, they risk their lives every single day. I don't care if it's just 1 call a day or 10 calls a day or 100 calls a day. And yes, I've had those days where I ran literally 100 calls a day. Baltimore, Maryland, those firefighters have to wear a bulletproof vest and a sidearm into a fire. I always said, the day I have to pull a vest on is the day I retire. That day really is coming today. There are departments out there like that. Now, at the same time, same token and everything, I do think our firefighters, whether it be county and city, they probably aren't doing themselves the greatest justice and everything. I see them going to the Dixie Grill in t-shirts and everything. Maybe they could be a little more professional when they're out in public. Put on a nice polo. I actually saw them the other day here, firefighters, an engine company there. They looked like slobs, flat out like slobs. I don't know if they were county or city. I don't know what district they were.
They were probably just passing through.
but they were.
But
These guys, well, they were with a couple of FEMA guys. And the way I knew they were FEMA is because the FEMA guys were professionally dressed and everything. They had nice polos, etc. They looked professional. Now, it's easy to point fingers at these guys and everything and poke holes in them, etc. I know guys that I've seen that I'm like, good God, have they ever seen any inside of a gym? Seriously. And I'm not exactly saying that I'm Mr. Physically Fit and everything, but the fact of the matter is, when these guys get on those rigs and they run, you're asking an awful lot about them. These guys, Chief is saying he's wanting to increase their pay to $15.50 an hour. I'm sitting back and I'm in shock that that's all it is. That's what a McDonald's worker is making at McDonald's flipping burgers, making French fries. You're comparing them to somebody that's a high school dropout working in fast food. To me, that is a massive insult. And that's reality is, we're talking about numbers and budget and everything. And that's reality is where the numbers fall, is where they fall. We don't have a magic wand where we can magically say they can make $30 an hour. It's not in the budget, I get that. But it's still a massive insult. That's why the chief is struggling trying to get these guys to, one, get them here, first of all, then second of all, to keep them here. A paramedic, have you ever priced what it takes, just the financial cost, to get yourself, you go through school. You gotta pay yourself through paramedic school. Chief, isn't that like a 2.5-year commitment?
It's a full year's program.
Yeah.
It's well, when you look at your EMT and your paramedic together. Year and a half.
My EMT license retired just this last year and everything, because I'm retired, why keep it? But EMT is less than paramedic. That is a tremendous commitment, personal commitment. And I thank God for those guys on the rigs. Right? Without them, we're all in trouble. I do pray that we being the board here, the commission, I do pray y'all can come up with a reasonable number, something that works and everything. But you're asking me to pay an extra $20 an hour. I will gladly support the chief on that and do my fair share. I can only speak for myself, my family, but that's my position. That's where I stand. And I want to thank the chief for everything he gives. That is commitment.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir. Mr. Hancock, did I see your hand raised?
You did.
Welcome, sir.
She ain't even heard me yet. Bo Hancock, 6135 Wiggins Road. I'm just looking at this. Y'all have been talking about the maximum number. Make it simple. It's right there, $336 a year. Spread over the 5 years. That's your max. Okay? Same with the millage rate that you talked about. Max you can go, according to state statute, is 10%. Y'all set the millage rate at 9. Officially. You can go lower. That was your max. You're doing the same thing here, and you're talking about 118, 120, whatever. Make this thing simple. Y'all are just, that dadgum can that's been kicked down the road, it's disintegrated by now. Nothing got done, but the can's gone. Y'all are starting with a new can. Let's don't kick it. Just go ahead.
I would agree, Mr. Chairman, I would, and I've always appreciated Mr. Bowe, and we've had a lot of great conversations on the meetings we talked about, all of us have heard from him before. I promise you, he's got my number and I got his number. I But I appreciate this gentleman getting up and speaking as well, and as a retired firefighter, I'd love to hear, what you have to say as far as the rate goes.
Yeah, you just don't know what you got with, this is an essential service. You're going to have to fund it. And personally, I don't care whether, you do away with the fire assessment and increase the property taxes. You're going to have to pay for it one way or the other. The assessment is the more equitable way to do it, I think. But y'all make that decision. It's just, I've been sitting back here and I have my emotions. You talking about passion? I wanted to get up here and beat the heck out of every daggone one of you. Then I went the other way. But, geez, fellas, come on, make a decision. Let's move on. Thank you.
I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Bud.
Thank you, Mr. Bud.
Did I see one other person that wanted to speak? Please come forward.
Wayne Hanukkah, 11883 93rd Road, Live Oak. I just wanted to come up here and say, I agree, these guys need to get more money. How we do that is up to you, but to me, it's either you take it from this hand and pay for it, or you take it from that hand and pay for it. So if you don't raise the assessment, it's gonna have to come out of the general fund somehow, because you have to pay for it. So what you do with that, and I think the people of this county understand that things do cost more than they did 8 years ago. And I think if they are told that and understand that, you're not gonna have an outrage because you have to raise the assessment. I just want to jump back to transfers. I agree 100%. We need to keep them for now, but we need to find a better way to do bookkeeping. That's all it is. It's just a bookkeeping thing. Maybe that's a different program or something, so that we can at least figure out, is it really making money? Is it really 500,000 in the hole? Because you really don't know. Or is it a couple 100,000 to the plus? So I would hope you would just find a way to separate those two things and make it easier in the future, so that you know what you're paying for. I agree 100%. If we get the fire station, you're not gonna build it for another year. Pretty much, I'll guarantee it'd be 2 years. So why even factor that in to the equation at this point in time? And I know that's the direction that you gave them to do the report. But I just wanna let you know that I support our fire department. I think we need to do what we can to keep our people here. Because I've been on the same side of the track in a private business. It's hard to keep people. Sometimes you can pay them more and more and more, and it doesn't matter, they're gonna leave when somebody offers them more money. But I think he needs to have the support to at least try to keep his people here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Welch.
Wendell Snowden, 3302 104th Street. So far, I agree with every speaker that's been up. And to point out, a few years ago, the board did come up with a plan to collect unpaid fire and rescue debt. So I agree with Commissioner Land. I don't know what the result of that was, but working on a 50% loss is not a good idea. And I'm not saying to eliminate transfers, but Mr. Land's idea, you could come up with a plan if you look back in the record to find out what system they used. I think it was 2008, and I don't know the result of it. I don't know if they were successful or not. The fire fee, a couple of meetings ago, we got kind of heated when we were talking about, I was saying that $15 an hour was ridiculous, an hourly payment for fire and rescue people. I think I threw out $40 an hour. It wouldn't be unreasonable for the job. Like the first speaker that came up, what he pointed out, what they have to go through to do that. And I'm not serious about $40 an hour, but 1550 right now would be nice. But what I'm really disappointed about is we're talking about in 5 years, a 5-year plan going from 2 to 4 people in each station. Is that correct? That with the increases that we're gonna put in, that within 5 years, on the fifth year, we could possibly go from 2 to 4 people in each fire station. So what happens for the next 5 years when I have an emergency medical situation at my house or a fire, and I call 911 and Station 5, there's no one home. They're on a transfer, so I die. But that's okay, because wait 3 more years and we'll get 4 people in there and somebody can come save me. So I'm kind of looking at like now is when we need 4 people. 5 years ago, we needed 4 people, not 5 years from today. And I don't have the answer. I don't know how to tell you guys how to do that. We're listening to all the numbers, but I think the 4 people in each station is what we need. So you can't do another study. Like I said, I don't have the answer. So thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you. Was that everyone? Okay, we'll move forward. All right, so now we're established the 120. We need to establish the max.
336? Yeah.
336.
I want to remind everybody that's just on paper.
Yeah.
It's not the 300% that someone put out there.
That's just on paper.
We'll just let you remind
Yeah,
everyone.
we'll let you remind everybody.
I gotta start with pencil now. I'm not driving well, Chief Harold. Well, saying I wasn't driving when I was doing that.
Very good.
So we want it set at 336. Is that consensus? All right, so we have starting number of 120. And the max will be 336. So that will give you the numbers you need to bring us back at the next meeting. Is that correct? Anything else we need to address on this, Mr. Harris, on this side of it?
All I need some direction on is, because we have budget workshops next week, is the pay. Am I preparing a budget with the pay in it? Or am I preparing a budget with it not in it?
That's what this number represents. doesn't it?
Well, yes, that number does get us to where we can do it. I just,
The 120 does.
yeah, the 120 gets us there. I just want to make sure I've got the right, because I've got to go back and redo my budget now and get with Nina and get it rekeyed in for, so she can get it to you guys prior to the budget workshop. So I just needed that direction, and then I will get you a copy of that budget as soon as it won't take long to complete, so, because all I have to do is change the salary stuff, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
I do just want to say, gentlemen, I appreciate all of you guys, whether questions were tough, not quite, tough, whether they were, against something we're doing or for something we're doing. I feel like we've got a great board that is willing to work together. And it's like I told you guys, I'm willing to work with you just as much as you're willing to work with me, because I just want to be able to get a plan to move forward so we can make sure that the citizens are taken care of. And I thank you guys very much for how everything's going with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say back to the chief, I appreciate him too, because I know you had to probably answer all 5 of us and other folks, and the conversations he and I had were long, and sometimes I'd hang up and call back because we got busy and things like that, but I appreciate you and
Well,
staff as well. And Ms. Nina, thank you for all of you guys out there.
I had all of my stuff prepared when I got done with it the finishing touches on it about 9:30 last night when I left to go home, and all I had to do was print it out. And I got it printed out at 2:30 this afternoon because I've been on the phone all day long, so. But like I said, I don't mind that, I appreciate it. I encourage each and every one of you, if you ever have questions, I can assure you, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna be upfront. I'll sit down and show you anything within any numbers that we do and how I came up with it. Like I said, I'm very passionate about this county and this department, and every person that works for us. And I wanna keep, we've got a great staff of people that take care of people in this county. And we're getting better every day, and I'm working really hard to change the culture. I do want to make sure everyone knows that our guys do wear polos, so it's not always out there looking the way that they do. I strive for our guys to be professional, and I've made the comment to them since I've taken over that we've been and part of this is the reason we're here today. We've been a paid department. We're still a combination department, don't get me wrong. We've got volunteers that are within our ranks as well. And I will say, I just found out Tom Maynard, he's in the hospital with COVID, and hopefully, I hope everybody can pray for him and make sure, because I can tell you, Tom can be one of the biggest pains in the butt that we deal with, but if he's not out of town, he's responding to the call. He is the most reliable person we have on the volunteer ranks as far as showing up. We got some good ones, don't get me wrong.
Has he done that, Chief?
Way longer than me.
I was gonna say.
He's been here my entire career, and I think have been here about 20 years at that point. So he's 40 plus years, and I don't think, I really honestly feel like he's gonna keel over in the brush truck one day, because he's gonna be that old, still responding. But no, I tell my guys all the time, we've been a paid department for a long time, but we're trying to become a professional department, and we're well on our way there, but we've still got a long way to go, and but we're going to get there, and I really appreciate your guys' support to help us get there. So thank y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll move forward to solid waste.
At this time, can we take a break, sir?
No.
Beer cheers?
10-minute recess. Move forward into the solid waste discussion. Got some opening comments for us?
Not really. I'm just gonna go ahead and invite Jeff to go back through the whole program.
Yes, sir.
Prepared.
All right, we had so much fun with fire.
Right.
Let's do it again. So, solid waste, basically everything we said in terms of, what makes a special assessment valid still holds true for solid waste as well. With solid waste, we're just talking about residential, so this isn't commercial properties. So we're talking about residential dwelling units. And I'm gonna try to kind of run through some of this stuff and hit the high points so we can get to the discussion. So currently, your residential rate is $130 per dwelling unit. That generates approximately $3 million in revenue. We went through the budget. We went back and forth with Randy and worked through all the calculations and make sure we were including just the residential portions. It's based on the assumption that 80% of the waste that's really going across the scale is residential. And also, we built in a 2% year-over-year increase. There's really 3 different budgets. It boils down into 2 budgets and 2 components that we'll get to one rate at the end. But the budget, like fire that we were provided, does include some capital costs. There's some tank replacement stuff in there. I'll let Randy weigh in if you want to know specifically what those items are. But those items are all included in this budget. And you'll see the collection budget. This also takes into account the minimum wage increases. It takes into account, there's something else in there. Yeah, modification of the sites, capital equipment that goes along with that, and everything is in there. Also, the increased tonnage that you've been experiencing has been increasing about 2,000 tons per year, I think we said. and the increased costs associated with that ton each year as well. So a little bit different than fire in that some of these aren't necessarily internal costs that you can control. You can't control the amount of solid waste you're getting, and it is increasing, so there are some slight differences there. But on the collection budget, we're looking at, depending on the year, we're looking at somewhere between $4.2 and $4.5 million. That's net assessable cost, so that's the residential portion. That's for your collection sites. On the disposal, we're looking at net assessable costs of approximately $700,000 in year one, up to $750,000 in the 5th year, with a 5-year average of $721,000. The collection site component, we take that budget, divide by the number of dwelling units, so we're looking at the same dwelling units as we're looking at for fire. You're looking at a rate in year one of $272.35 up to $292.16 in year 5, with a 5-year average rate of $280. That's just for that collection portion. The other piece of that is the disposal portion. You saw the budget there ranging from that $692 up to $750,000 or so. With that rate, year one looking at $44.67 up to $48.42 in year 5. 5-year average is $46.53. Slide 9 is really where it all comes together. So the total residential rates based on the budget with the site improvements, the capital, the minimum wage, everything in there, you're looking at a year one rate of just over $317, year 5 at $340.58, 5-year average rate of $326.
Yeah, she's trying to.
Somebody's reading the wrong version.
Yeah, I'm sitting
This
there
one.
going, I ain't following along there.
All right.
Good thing you brought 2 females.
Yeah. So we were working on this until late last week, so let me go back through it. So the disposal piece was correct. It was the collection piece that was different. So the collection budget is actually 5.9 million up to about 6.9 million. The disposal piece we already looked at. The collection rates, so before I told you 317 up to 340, it's actually 383.91 up to 444.63 with a 5-year average of $411.62. Then combining that with the disposal assessment, so the total assessment in year one, you're looking at $428.57 up to $493.05 in year 5 with a 5-year average of $458.15. The estimated net revenue there at the $428.57 would be approximately $6.3 million up to about 7.2 or 7.3 in year 5. The current year, if we're just looking at 21-22 at that $428.57 rate, would generate approximately $3.2, $3.3 million in additional revenue. The schedule is basically the same as with fire. So we're looking for the same type of thing here. Here we are just talking about residential rates. So we're looking at what do you want to see in the resolution when we.
I think that was the door.
Okay.
That's never happened before.
That's the people talk.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty sure that's a sign right there. You said that's Thing has a sign, Jeff?
So that's one comment, I guess, on the rates. We'll see if there's any other comments there. But, that's where we're at with the maximum rates. We're looking at the same thing though. So we're sending out notices, for both fire and solid waste. What do you want the notice to be for this year? What's in the resolution? What's the maximum amount that we can get to? And I'm assuming you're probably gonna have questions on the budget and what's in there, is there anything we can cut, those types of things I'm sure Randy can answer. Are there any questions for me on the study itself, the methodology? We basically did what we did last time to get to the rates. We didn't change anything major, we used the same assumptions. So we're just taking that budget, working through all the calculations, updating the property data to get the new number of dwelling units to divide by to get you to the residential rate. So that's where we're at with.
Have any questions, this gentleman at this time?
Not very much.
Seeing none, I think we're all right for a few minutes. We'll dive right into it here. Mr. Harris, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to make several comments, kind of open comments to those that have not attended our other meetings or been a party to any of our other conversations. We didn't get to this point willingly. Several years back, 2014, we had bid our disposal rates. We utilized a regional landfill. Even at that time, we'd been utilizing a regional landfill owned by Waste Management. It's in Folkestone, Georgia, for our disposal. Because we do not operate a landfill, we operate a transfer station. We've got 14 collection sites. We pick the waste up, take it to the transfer station, load it in semi-trailers. It's hauled by contract to Folkestone, Georgia. We had very good rates at that time as a result of that, the bid that we did back then. And I think we entered into a 5-year contract that gave us an opportunity for some extensions. But the combination of transportation and disposal to get rid of the waste cost us at that time $35.11 per ton. When we bid this in the current year, earlier in the year, the new rates came back and the first year's rate is $55.27 a ton. And it's going to go up to $65.98 a ton by the year 2026. Now we did some negotiations to kind of postpone and keep the initial rate a little bit lower that first year. But at the same time, we're realizing about a 2,000 ton per year increase in the amount of waste that we're disposing of. So that was an enormous hit to us. And to provide just a total number comparison, in 2020, the year 2020, our yearly total cost for disposing of waste was $1,108,000. In 2026, it's going to be $2,874,220. We've got all the increases throughout each year in between. So next year, the cost will be a little over 1.9 million. That's jumping up from 1.1 million last year. That's an enormous increase in expense. And that's just that component. I had some conversation several years ago in a workshop regarding the need to convert our collection sites. We are handling solid waste in the most expensive way that we can handle it. And that's doing so with a front load garbage truck and these dumpsters that you see at all these collection sites. That isn't the way to handle high volume waste. And I've shared this in a workshop several years ago and more recently to this board, but I think we all recognize that the way to handle that is to have the large 240-yard enclosed containers at each collection site with compactors. And then you can pick the waste up and haul it back to the transfer station with what we call a roll-back truck. And it's just a whole lot more efficient, more cost-effective, and as our population and waste volume continues to grow, that's just going to be a better way of doing business. What we prepared in this budget was the first year of a 5-year plan to modify those sites. The plan is to modify 3 sites per year. The estimated cost of site work per site is $100,000. And then we've got the associated equipment as well, the compactors and the 40-yard containers, and we'd have to purchase a couple of trucks for servicing. So that 5-year plan is a long-range plan. We're not trying to do everything in 1 year, recognizing that we couldn't do it anyway. We'd never get all 14 sites modified, but hopefully we can modify 3 sites per year, and we'll realize those cost efficiencies later as we begin to complete all of those sites. So those 2 pieces combined represent a pretty significant expense. Now this, again, is on top of the many number of years that the rates didn't go up. I know that county commissioners don't like spikes any more than the general public does. That's why it's always best if there's an automatic escalator in here that, 3%, 2%, whatever you decide you're gonna use. Some people use a CPI or some other inflation factor to try to manage the increases in costs, but it simply wasn't done. It wasn't done with fire, it wasn't done with solid waste. Unfortunately, you commissioners have to deal with this now. And it's an enormous expense. One other thing that we did most recently, in fact, I had planned to share this with you next Tuesday. We had attempted to mitigate some of these cost increases on disposal by bidding the transportation or the hauling of that waste, because we had set our contract up with Waste Management so that we could strip that piece out, the transportation expense, which is enormous in this current contract that we have. We did go to bid. The deadline was last Friday. We were supposed to open the bids yesterday, and we had no bids. And that's horrible, because we're stuck with this high rate for now. So I'll be coming back to you very soon with some other proposals on how we can address this transportation piece again, and we'll just have to talk through that and see if we can come up with a plan to try to minimize some of that expense. So we're doing what we can to try to alter the expense. I had a conversation with at least a couple of commissioners about some recycling. In our contract with Waste Management, we recognize that we'll be able to reduce the waste stream if we get into an aggressive recycling program. There have been problems with that historically. Some counties are doing some things that are working well for them, and we can attempt some of those, but those will not come without an expense. Sometimes you have to pay to get rid of the waste, but at the very least we know that we would have to purchase equipment in order to get into aggressive recycling business in order to reduce our waste stream, which would affect the contract with Waste Management, or at least our expense. So we're looking at everything that we can, trying to figure out how to curb expense, but this is where we are today. We've got a rough hand that we've been dealt, and we just have to deal with it, because we can't get around these expenses in the near term. We can spend the next year trying to figure out what can be done and implemented soon to try to curb some of the expenses, but this is where we are today. So I'm interested in answering questions if you have any, but I think right now, myself and the board has looked at probably everything that we can look at near term to try to make a difference.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Have any questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, the list that we discussed earlier on all the equipment was what, $1.6 million?
Yes, sir, and if you have your budget books with you, and I know some of you do, but in your budget books, what we had to do, working with the finance department, is we had to prepare a book with the budget in it that's balanced. And without additional revenue, it isn't balanced. So we took out essentially the equipment, all of the big expenses that we could, and separated those on a separate list. You have 2 of those lists. One's about 1.6 million, the other's, I think, a little over 500,000, depending on which budget you're looking in. In the election budget, it's $1,674,274 worth of essentially equipment and modification to the sites. There's also an escrow in here for replacement of equipment. We've been using what we essentially called excess revenues each year, and we were just burning that money up and about to run into a problem because we had not historically been escrowing for equipment replacement. This does include a escrow for replacement of equipment. And if you look in your budget books, you'll find that my notes are in there on the worksheets that I had turned in. You'll see my footnotes at the bottom that speak to each one of those escrow items as well.
So, Mr. Harris, I'm just trying to back into this just like we kind of did the fire thing. Our current assessment's $130 a year. Is, at the end of this year, is that $130 gonna break us even where we stand?
We're gonna go in the hole.
We're gonna go in the hole.
Yeah, you'd have to take money out of general revenue to stay in business.
At the end of this year, this budget year we're currently in.
Yes, sir. Going into next year, you'd have to take money from general revenue to stay in business.
And so the $1.6 million for the equipment to update the sites and the whole list of equipment you had there, that's not needed in year one, all of it, correct?
Well, the 300,000 for the collection sites is year one.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
300,000 a
talking
year.
about $1.6 million.
Well, the other equipment, I'll go through this list before you real quick. I know we're combining assessment conversation with the budget, but that might be necessary in this particular case. If you go to that list, in the budget book, it's behind tab 44. And it's actually after the expense budget. Again, we cherry picked, we took out the easy items out of the budget. The first item on that list in the collection budget, we'll cover the one in the disposal budget as well. But on the collection budget, the first item on there is, those are actually 8-yard containers. There's $50,000 worth of those. That's a routine annual expense because we have all these 8-yard containers in the collection sites. That's just replacing those that we have to replace. After we have cut the bottoms off, and rebuilt them many times, we finally have to just replace them. The second item on there, the $125,145, is the 40-yard containers for those 3 collection sites. And these are all actual numbers. So that $125,000 goes with those 3 modified sites. And
That's
then-
only 3 sites.
That's 3 sites.
Okay.
So that'll be a per year expense for the next 5 years. The operating supplies compactors, $134,000 is the compactors for those same 3 sites.
So only 3 sites.
That's correct. The Wellborn collection site is the construction of the new Wellborn site on the property we purchased out there. That's the $200,000. That's a one-time expense. Unlike those others that are, that'll be a recurring expense until we complete all the sites. The maintenance shop, we had some money in the current budget, but it wasn't enough to build the shop that's needed out there at the landfill. So this is simply adding enough to it to get it up to where hopefully we can build that shop. Pole barn is the same way. That's all out there at the landfill. The $300,000 item again that's $100,000 per site for site work, extension of asphalt, moving fences, clearing and grubbing on the additional land. That machinery and equipment is listed on page 2, and it includes 2 roll-off trucks at $352,000 plus $47,000 for other machinery and equipment. The reserve for equipment placement is actually on page 3. If you were to look at my notes on page 3 in the budget, actually that might be the wrong page, hold on a second. Oh, that is correct. It is page 3. Those are escrow items for replacement of two knuckle boom trucks, replacing, well, and these are different years based on their age. So you've got two of them listed, and then you've got another one that's only 2 years out, the first 2 or 4 years out, so we've got more time and a smaller dollar amount per year to escrow. Then you've got another knuckle boom truck, and then you've got escrow for the van, inmate van, half-ton pickup truck for out there. That's $264,000. So those escrow items will keep coming back.
Well, the only reason I was getting at that, and well, for the public to know what we're talking about as well, but I kind of did the same math as we did on the fire as we're doing on the garbage. We're currently at $130 a year assessment now. You take the 1.674 million, even though you're not gonna need all that every year, but if you just took it just straight across the board, $1.6 million, divided that out, that's $103 a year to cover that. And then the cost, the raising garbage in year one, if you do the math on it, it's $126.80 the first year. So I come up with a total of $360 is where I'm coming out with this. That's using the 15,500 residences they're using on their stuff right there.
Yeah, you do, yeah, there are some modest increases for the minimum wage requirement as well.
I'm just trying to get to a basic figure here for us to talk about.
Let me give you the rest of the numbers. If you go to your disposal budget, you've got a similar list.
That's tab
That's
45.
tab 45, yes. If you go to the end of the expense budget, the expense side of that, you'll have a list that totals $547,325. That first item, $357,218, is shown on page 2. If you look at my notes there, you'll see that that's, again, simply escrowing and budgeting for replacement of equipment. The front end loader, and then the next item is the trench burner replacement, back there in the back of the landfill. The only item on here that could be, in my opinion, we do not need to include, I think I mentioned this to you before, is 2 additional rollback trucks. I think we could take those out because I don't think that that's gonna be cost effective for us. We had put that in there thinking at the time that maybe we could do some direct haul, but until we can work some type of contractual agreement out with someone else to do that, we don't need to budget that money. I think what we'll end up doing as we get into conversations about transportation is look at either some equipment or combinations of equipment and contracting with someone. But those specific 2 trucks that are listed there and the amount of $186,718 to be taken out. But everything else on there would need to stay. The leachate tank replacement of $150,000, we've been working on that. Those are actually liners instead of total replacement, which would have been more expensive. And then other landfill machinery and equipment, you've got $25,000 and $15,000 for the mowing tractor. So these are just all real expenses. Now, some of those will not be recurring, like the leachate tank replacement, but your escrow lines are probably gonna stay. Well, actually, once we have purchased that burner, we won't need to escrow again for that. We've had that one for a number of years now, so I anticipate that expense would go away. You would have the opportunity each year to make adjustments in the amount that whatever you're thinking that your assessment rate will need to be based on the proposed budget for that year going forward.
So in addition to the 1.6 million for an even number, we need to add the front end loader replacement and the trench burner to that. To get a total cost of equipment.
You need to add the 547,
547 to it.
325 to it, to the 1.6 million.
$547 is the leachate chain landfill.
Yes,
Yada, yada.
those,
I
those
thought
two
we had
things
them
go
leach
away.
tanks already budgeted.
We have budgeted for them, but we haven't replaced them yet, so they were in the budget.
Well, and also the collection, well, and collection side, I thought we already had that covered.
We have budgeted for that, but we haven't done the construction yet, so what happened was it went back in the budget, but when we prepared the whole budget, we didn't have enough revenue to cover it. So, like I said, some items were just pulled out and placed on a separate list, even though they had been budgeted before, we never spent the money, the work never occurred, but it needs to occur, so we had to budget for it, but it had to be pulled off in order to create a budget.
So does that 200,000 exist? The money, actual money exist in the current budget we're in?
No,
It does not.
was that on the other list? Give me a second.
That's on your $1.6 million list.
Yeah, okay, so that means it isn't in the budget. If you go to the budget though, the lines are in there, there's no number in. It'll say Welborn Collection Site.
I was under the assumption that in previous years or previous boards that they've been rolling that 200 grand forward all this time. So that's why I'm asking, does that money really exist or is it just on paper?
It's just on paper at this point. If we had done the construction, it wouldn't be showing up again.
I got you.
If we had left it in, if we had left that $200,000 in there, we would have to pull something else off of that budget in order to produce the balanced budget. It was just easier to pull the larger items out to get us to where we had a balanced budget. So going forward, there are some items here that you won't see again once the work actually occurs.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, so we need, what you're telling me is we need $2.1 million in addition to what we're doing today to get us into the compactor business and get us out of the front load cans. And some of that 2.1 million, that's for next year. And that number would decrease by some of this equipment would not be repurchased the second year. Is that right? 2.1 is the initial hit and the biggest hit.
That's correct, and then some of the items, once those are completed, you won't see those expenses.
They won't
again.
renew the second or the third year.
That's right, that's correct.
So if this is what I come up with, you can check my math if you want to. But if we give him $2.1 million, or we spend the $2.1 million for everything he's talking about, and the $130 we're already paying, and the $126 in the increase in garbage in year one, that's $390. Just my math. I know it's simple, but that's
No, that's
how I think.
about right. Just a lot of money. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, are we, and I guess this is a board question as well, are we gonna get out in the commercial can business? What's the plan? What's the talk?
Yeah, that's
We're
one of
getting
my
out of
first
that, right?
recommendations is to get out. I've got a few recommendations. That's one of them.
That was one of mine too, so I'm glad you and I are on the same page for
Yeah,
it.
that's one of my first. Actually, the first was to do a solid waste county franchise for solid waste haulers, and then get out of the commercial lease can business, period. The other was, which we've spoken of before in the other workshop, modifying the sites, but then implementing an ID card, because we are taking waste from other counties.
Right.
We're trying to police it. We've got people jumping all over our collection site attendants, swearing up and down they live here when we know they don't. So that's something that we need to police, and it'd be easier for them to police it if we have ID cards. And then there's one other little thing that's in this resolution, and it's a very minor issue. I can't tell you what the dollar figure would be, but there's also a partial year rebate or refund, which is another item on this that I wanted to discuss with you. But I think the big things are the ID cards, getting out of the commercial e-scan business altogether. And we could do that pretty quickly. We could be out of that in probably a couple of months. And I think that's gonna help us longer term. And as we go, let me just mention this too, as we go through modifying these sites, I anticipate that we're gonna start seeing a reduction in the labor costs as well, because those sites won't need to be serviced as frequently, and it won't take near as much time to service them as it does with those front load trucks. So we won't be spending $50,000 a year on dumpsters, and we won't be, that garbage truck, front load garbage truck is much more expensive. It's, I think, $85,000 a year is what we've got budgeted for those. And we will purchase these rollback trucks, and they'll last us for years. The garbage trucks are just horrible to deal with. You're lucky if you can get 2 or 3 years out of one. So currently we're leasing those, and it's just very expensive. So it's just a change in the entire business.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I was gonna follow up. Just a question. When you say we agree to get out of commercial can business. When you say county franchise, you mean like
Franchise haulers, so that you've got some authority.
would we sell those
Dealing
cans?
with haulers.
Sell
No.
those cans and we keep them and just.
What I would suggest, a couple of things. One, we could entertain proposals from companies that are interested in taking that business over. Some may want to purchase some of those things, I don't know. But otherwise, we've got 5 years that we've got to work our way out of the dumpster business, and we know that we're purchasing cans every year. So I would take the best ones and continuing to utilize those in the collection sites that remain until we're completely out of that business. And then we're gonna have a lot of cans to get rid of. But you may be able to sell some of those along the way as well, through a proposal arrangement with companies that want to come in and handle that waste.
But on the commercial side, what's your, as far as the cans, the dumpsters that are at commercial businesses scattered all over the county, what's your exit strategy on that?
Notifying them and letting them know. We'd have to, first thing we would need to do is go ahead and put the franchise in place for the county. In fact, I'm just gonna share something with you. I didn't realize, this had actually been discussed many years ago by a previous commission. And they had considered actually doing this very thing that I'm talking about doing. And they went through a lot of the exercise and then stopped and didn't implement it. So we need to put the franchise in place, get that adopted. It'll give you some authority, some minimum regulatory authority over those haulers and what's going on out there. And you can make sure that the waste is coming across our scales and they're paying the tipping fee. That's part of it. But we would have to notify the customers that are out there and give them advance notice so that they can shop around. And we, at the same time, we'd be handling the franchise and then maybe advertising a request for proposals from companies that want to be in that business here. Pick that up.
So we wouldn't own the cans anymore?
No.
At the commercial site?
No.
We would put that out?
Absolutely not.
One company may take part of the county, another company may want the north end of the county and.
Right.
Well, and just in case, just like the garbage hauling, if you send out requests for proposals and you don't get anything back, and you're stuck with this, at any rate, the price is going up.
Yeah.
I mean, either you're gonna raise the price, you're gonna get out, preferably get out. And second, if you can't, you're gonna have to raise the price. We're losing a lot of money in that deal.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
you guys are on the commercial side of this.
Yeah, private business, the cans that are private
I mean,
business.
but what you're suggesting is that we still have somewhat of control over that?
Very minimal, very minimal. You need to figure out where your waste is gonna go. You need to be, I mean, you need to know that your waste is going across your scale, coming to your facility.
Right.
And you need to be able to predict the number of tons that are coming as well. But you're not gonna be out there telling them what kind of hours they're operating or anything else. There's gonna be a limited amount of involvement in that franchise agreement. And one thing that you run into, quite frankly, I'm just gonna share a little bit from some prior experience. You don't want haulers in here that they wanna take 95% of the people that need service and say, well, I don't want those other 5, I'm not gonna service them because I don't wanna go down that dirt road. I wanna take all this business that's close by. Well, there are a number of things you can do with a franchise agreement. You can have franchise areas. You could do one, the whole county, but you can say that you're gonna service everyone that wants service. That's paying for it. I mean, you can't force someone to pick up garbage if the customer isn't paying. So you can establish some minimum criteria. But this would not be a very complex issue that you're getting involved in, but you don't want customers left out there with a hauler that says, we're not gonna service you. And then they're saying, well, county commissioner, we always had service before, but this guy won't come to us because we're a mile down this dirt road. You don't want them cherry picking and leaving other people out of service.
Look, I hate to see it go away. I got one in my business, and it's, I'm just increasing my price for my own self in this whole deal. It is, where we're at is truly way low. I mean, you just do the simple math on what it costs to go do that and what we're charging for those containers. It's pretty substantial loss. And like I said, I got one at my place, and I love the price I'm paying, but it ain't the right price.
I'd like to see us out of this beginning next fiscal year, quickly.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, I know at one time we had a problem, issue with those cans, people paying, how's that working out now?
We took care of most of that a number of years ago. Yeah, we had, that was 10 years ago. We had a lot of delinquent accounts, and we fixed that. Now, we do have some accounts that are 60 and 90 days, big commercial companies, that's just their pay cycle, but we've been able to collect.
Another question, Mr. Harris, just, it has to do with the budget thing. I know it's not what we're considering today, but I know City of Live Oak, we had $300,000 budget in there for what they pay for garbage. It's gone to $250,000.
That's just a reflection of what I did with this budget is I went back and I'm not only tracking year to date on your green bar, but I went back and used the last full 12 months, what I call a closeout report, and looked at the real numbers. And I just felt like that might be a more accurate number for projected revenue.
This is a big number.
Sheesh.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, on our tipping fees, have we adjusted those to reflect the?
There's nothing that's been adjusted. I mean, every time we tried to talk about doing some studies and making some changes, nothing changed. Now, we've got numbers I think that we could use now, and we're gonna need to change those right away.
Yeah, because our contract's already changed.
Yeah, that needs to be changed.
Well, that's where I'm coming at with the number I'm coming up with. I mean, that's if you get the whole ball of wax. That's what I'm saying. Now, there's some added in here that he's not gonna have reoccurring every year. There's some fluff in there, even at that $390 by my calculations. So, but that's the whole thing, as far as I can see it, is where we're at.
That's still a long ways from 130.
It sure is, but you gotta take into consideration, they doubled your tipping fees and your freight went sky high.
Well, here's what happened with this. same exact thing that happened with the dump trucks. Now, we had a wonderful deal on dump trucks. And it was great. And no one talked about how wonderful it was until we couldn't get that great deal anymore. And then they didn't talk about how wonderful it was all those years that it was a great deal. They said, oh my gosh, why are we paying so much now? And that's what's happening now. We had a great deal when we bid this thing back in 2014 because there was competition. There was a landfill in Valdosta. Now there's been either Waste Management bought Advanced or there's been a merger or something. But in any event, no competition now. So what everyone would have expected to happen, happened. They came back with a number that is just unbelievable. It's really high. And that's why I say near term, there's not much we can do. Longer term, you know, we can make changes to our site and create some efficiencies to try to save. We can work on the transportation component of this again, see if we can come up with some way to save money on transportation. We can take a close look at some recycling, which might result in some source reduction and reduce the amount that we have to haul and dispose of, but we can't do it overnight. So what you're looking at is actual costs.
The only thing that would change this number right now that I'm looking at is if we didn't implement the changing of the way we handle the garbage.
And just keep doing it with dumpsters.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, you'd save a little bit there, but short term, but you're
No,
long
I
term, you're
understand.
paying more. You're paying a whole lot more.
I understand, just putting off the inevitable. But
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, is there, instead of passing this in the form, at 390, that I believe his math's pretty accurate, I'm pretty close to that number too. Yeah. Is there any way that the general or any other additional source of funding that we could help alleviate this very, very large number so that the assessment doesn't catch it off? Do we got any other way to get there?
The truth, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I know what you're trying to accomplish, and I applaud you for that. The truth is, you're better off doing it with an assessment. The reason we have assessments is because so many people don't pay anything. That's where assessments came from. What that means is that a small percentage of people were paying a disproportionately higher amount of the cost running your government. And before we had assessments, you couldn't have fire departments. It was impossible to have landfills that paid for themselves. In fact, some of you may be old enough to remember when we used to put all of our garbage in sinkholes and cover it up. It was cheap. We parked a bulldozer out there. But the reality is, the most equitable way to pay for this is with an assessment where it's uniform and everyone's paying the same thing. Yes, you could. Technically, yes, you could take ad valorem taxes and try to keep the assessment a little bit lower for maybe a year or something. It isn't the equitable way to do it.
I was mainly thinking about some of the non-recurring expenses that wouldn't reoccur.
Oh, well, that might be a great idea. If you wanted to do that, you could. Now, I don't know where we're gonna end up with ad valorem. Most people have a bigger rash worried about their ad valorem. But yes, you could do that. You could take some of those items and say, okay, we'll pay for some of these. But remember, now on those collection sites and modifications, you've got 5 years worth of that.
Yeah, right.
And then you will have the equipment associated with that, the 2 roll-off trucks or rollback trucks. Once you purchase those, you won't have to deal with that again. The pole barn and the maintenance building out there, those would be one-time expenses. You could do some of those things if you wanted to, and that would help you in the first year.
What was our total amount to change all the sites over, roughly?
Oh, I can't tell you off the top
How
of my
many
head.
sites?
It was, well, it's gonna be 1.4 million if it stays at 100,000. That's just for the site work. That's not for the equipment. The equipment is listed separately.
the containers is 588,000. I just ran that number, just for the containers for all 14 sites.
Yeah, and then the compactors.
And you gotta do the compactors, so you just take that number and divide it by
That's one
3.
compactor per site, right?
You have 2 compactors per site and 2 40-yard containers per site.
Take you $625,800 to do the compactors.
And that's 1.2 right there, but that's not the site work, that's just for the.
That's just for the,
What's really hurting you is that disposal expense. I mean, that's,
Yeah, but the only reason I'm asking these numbers is because these numbers, when we get 5 years, they won't be reoccurring. I mean, there'll be some of it.
yeah, you've got
But
this one
the
time.
problem is, the price won't come back down for the residents at that point in time.
right,
We're establishing that price here. I'm trying to understand if there's a way for us to.
that's exactly what
I feel like that's, to where we could be a little bit lower on the front end, because as you know, when it goes up, it never comes down.
You could take all of those items that are one-time expenses if you wanted to. Leachate tanks, the maintenance building, pole barn. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, you could buy a couple of rollback trucks.
But is there a way, is there a financing mechanism? Not that I like debt at all, but is there a financing mechanism so that we don't take a cash hit in the general, bam, 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 every year trying to hammer these out, that we could do some long-term leveraging to cover some of these non-recurring expenses and just have that annual, it wouldn't be a mortgage payment, but debt service payment over a period of time to help us get there?
You'd have a better
alleviate-
chance of getting financing on the recurring items, like, for instance, if you took those trucks and you just borrowed the money on the trucks and did the payments on those.
Wow.
That's what we've been doing with a lot of our stuff anyways, on the truck side.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather look at some long-term financing on some of this equipment than I had. I don't personally like that, but, you know, if it gets that number from 390 to, I don't know, south of there, by doing it, I'm just trying to get creative. I don't know if that's the right way,
Just
I
increase
ain't
it.
happy with the 390 number, I can tell you.
but, yeah, well, I know.
I'm just saying that if you do the math on what they got here, that's the number.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's happy with the 390 number. That's what I'm trying to talk out loud.
I will tell you too, that those numbers that we used for the equipment were numbers that we pulled off of either Sourcewell, or they were competitively bid numbers. So those numbers will go up some each year with inflation. We use the first year's numbers from Sourcewell and or Sheriff's Association contract or something for the compactors and the 40-yard containers and the trucks and everything. So you're gonna see some incremental increases over those next years as you're buying equipment, just like we do with dump trucks and everything else.
It's just tough for me to, I sit here and I think about the elderly person that lives by themselves, that their husband's died, that she's on a fixed income and she's got just this very little bit of money, versus a family such as mine that's got 6 people in the household or whatever. I'm creating all this garbage. This lady's creating this one little bit, but she's gonna get treated the same way.
And that's just a fact.
I mean, I'm not saying there's anything I can do about that, but I mean, and she's on a fixed income and, you know, getting a social security, and myself and my wife's working and our kids is working, and we got revenue to try to pay it. I mean, that's what's tough. I mean,
Well, don't we have a deal where if they can't pay it, like an indigent thing or something on the taxes? I know it is on the ad valorem, isn't it? Don't we have a thing like that?
Indigent.
There's one in the resolution.
Oh, is there?
What page is it on? You know?
Just a second. It is page 14 of the resolution, section 8.
Page 14, section 8. I don't have the resolution in here.
'Cause I worry about that too. I worry about the people on the fix, so the elderly people on the social security.
There's a hardship provision in the resolution. I was gonna read it, but I don't have it in my.
I see something here in the back.
The issue you
What
run
was the
into is
page?
that most of those people don't
Page
own
14.
property, so you're kind of missing them. There are gonna be some that are in the situation you're talking about that are widowed or, you know, that do own the home, it's paid off. But a lot of the people that truly meet the income requirements for something, like we're talking about, don't own a property.
Oh, just rent it.
You're kinda gonna miss a little bit on that anyways.
Yeah, it calls out, mention a person who is the owner of a homesteaded residential property.
They have to, I mean, they have to, like I said, they have to be the owner, plus they have to meet the obligations here on a certain time frame. I mean, all that's difficult for an elderly person.
There just
I just
isn't,
worry about the elderly people that's got a home that is paid for, that might potentially lose it over something like this.
well, there's a provision in
And
here
that's
for the
what,
ones that own it.
yeah, that's what that provision's
That's it,
for.
yeah, it's here.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think Mr. Harris had mentioned in the beginning that we had sent out for bid for hauling and you didn't get a single bid back. I mean, that's a huge part of it too.
Oh, yeah.
And again, I'm like Mr. Land, I'm just talking out loud here, and I'm talking to my board. I just think we need to come up with a number, not that number, but a number. And maybe just have to take one in the gut this first year until we can figure out,
Well,
you know, where
that's
we're
kind of
at.
my thinking on it. We ain't gotta go for the whole ball of wax right out of the chute. We can start at whatever and see how it goes the first year. And see- and then we can compensate for it after that.
And maybe use some type of lease owner finance mechanism on some of these other pieces, but take that fluff out, as you said, and let's strip it down. And hope we can get a bid on things, you know, a better bid on that or a bid on that. I mean, we know the cost of that's not going away for 5 years.
Right.
We know that.
But the front load, we
Right.
really need to do them sites with the compactor.
No, I agree with that. And that's gonna help, I was looking at the fuel cost too, I mean, that's, obviously, we have no control over that, but that's astronomical too. And hopefully that would go down with not doing the commercial.
That's your labor, and it's your fuel, and it's your
Yeah.
equipment, and you ultimately will get out of those expensive front load
And with the
trucks.
compactors, we won't be making near as many trips out there.
And they last longer. Those enclosed, the 40-yard enclosed containers, will probably, you're gonna get between 7 and 10 years, where those dumpsters, you don't get very long. They're wide open, they're taking on all the rainwater and mixing everything.
Mr. Harris, would you let Mr. Hanukkah, he's got a comment he'd like to make, please. Just give us a second.
Maybe I have a comment that will help for a change.
You got $2.1 million you're gonna loan us?
No, but I can tell you where you got it. And just a question, because I keep hearing, the reason this is so much is because we're trying to switch over to the compactor system, correct?
Not,
Part of it.
Well, the disposal fee I know went up,
Right.
but now you're adding in new equipment and new everything else, so that's boosting the cost. Part of that cost, we still got like $8 million in CARES money. Still about $2 million in the American Rescue Plan. Is not that, any of that available to cover this equipment?
It would be the general, I think.
Just a question, I don't know.
The CARES money's in the general.
General fund.
It's in the general fund,
And
but
that's
the
what we're
American
talking
Rescue,
about.
American Rescue money will not be available.
No, it's restricted, that's, American Rescue's restricted in, wouldn't be able to use it, but the CARES.
And I hadn't heard anybody ask, what if we stayed what we got right now? What would it be? Hadn't heard anybody ask that.
if we what now?
What would it cost, what would our rate be, if we made no changes? And continued the way we're going? We know it's going up because
Well, it's already went up. I mean,
$256.
shipping fees, basically,
$260.
2.6.
a double.
It's gonna double
Double,
because that's
better
what's
than
happened to the tipping fee.
That's what, I mean, that's the company that's charging us to take our garbage out of the
Oh, no,
county.
I understand that, and that's just, it is what it is, but 260 is probably better than 390.
But that 390 will be worse by the time somebody gets around to doing it. That's the problem. We're trying to
I understand that.
curb the
I
expense,
just,
and it costs money for us to curb the expense.
I get that, I'm just trying to
Well, we
give you
don't,
some ideas.
and we was discussing of buying some stuff outside of putting it on the assessment. I mean, so we understand what you're saying about,
Right.
regardless of where it comes from, if it comes from money that we got for the COVID situation or if it comes from money that we got from taxes. But we understand, yes, sir.
It was just a.
I think we were saying the same thing, just.
Just in different ways.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I know we do have people bringing trash in from other areas. I mean, I see it. I go there, you see a car with a Columbia license plate. We already have IDs. You drive in here, you got your driver's license. How you enforce that, that's a little tough, because now you're asking somebody to enforce something. Can you come in this second or not? So, that's just another thought.
Thank you.
I know you'll work it out.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
I think everybody on the board agrees that long-term, the compactors are the way to go. You get a bigger bang for your buck on the freight, which is almost double. The disposal fees doubled. I mean, how we get there, I don't know. I think that we absolutely need to look at some alternative way of paying for this outside of assessment on some of the equipment. Absolutely. What that number is and how much, that's up for us to decide. So we're gonna have to get creative here somehow.
Well, we just need to decide on that starting number and go from there. What you think, Commissioner White? You've been running the numbers all night. Give us some good news.
I think it's calculated out of table.
I think smoking.
It just don't change. I mean, you either stay where you're at and you pay $260, or you try to switch these sites over to try to curb the expense further down the road, and you're gonna be anywhere around $300 to $390. It's just where it's at. But like I said, I'd rather start lower and work into it and not try to burden the taxpayers all at one time, which has been my complaint anyway, that it's got kicked down the road. We could have been doing this the whole time as a county, but unfortunately, that's not what we got. So, I don't know, that's where I see it.
Oh, wise one, Mr. Fleming, what you think?
I'm sitting there listening, I don't want to stop.
Am I reading their thing right, that they're saying fiscal year 21-22 is $428 a year?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. There are some other costs that takes into account, so you have to, remember, early payment discount for taxes, so you're gonna have to add on 3 or 4% there. Tax collector costs, notice costs. So, you know, I think your numbers are pretty close, but there's a few other things that are in there that are actual costs that you're paying either for notices to the tax collector.
Well, can we do the same thing on this as we done with the fire? If we do the this year price, but we list out what the max could be,
Yes,
then we don't have to mail the notices.
that's what I would recommend.
Yes.
So the absolute minimum it could be if it stayed is $260.
That's what I say.
I mean, that's the absolute minimum. That's if you don't change anything. So if we done $260 and we did change something, we'd be losing money. We'd have to be paying for it somewhere else this year. Or we do $260 for the first, $260 is the bottom, and we go into year one and we don't do anything on the things, and we start that in year two. Or start working on the sites. I mean, basically, that's saying in year two it would go up another $100. I mean, it's pretty simple math. You're $260.
When I say that $260, that's what we're currently paying, $130, plus the cost of the garbage increase of $126. That's it.
That is $260.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
But he was saying, you know, roughly like y'all was figuring like $390 is, even if you tried to cut everything you could to start the program. My point is, if you was at $260 and you didn't do anything the first year and you started the second year, it'd still be increasing $120. So, you know.
but you you would give people time to acclimate to it, or try to prepare for it, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope that, I hope that the public understands, our hands are tied, the disposal rate doubled, the transportation rate to haul it up there just about doubled, and our tonnage is just going up. We got more people moving here, and our garbage is just increasing,
And this, unlike the fire, in my mind anyway, is even if you have new people move in, you still got garbage associated with those people that's paying that assessment. So, yeah, you're gonna curb it a little bit with more people that come in, but it's a zero-sum game at the end. They come, they bring their garbage, you gotta pay to get rid of it.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that disposal expense is almost tripled over in 5 years.
Yeah.
Is what happens.
There's not a lot, there's no wants in this. This is all needs.
You got to get rid of the garbage. We just.
There's mechanisms we've all been talking about, and Mr. Harris has mentioned that I think is gonna curb some of the cost of this, as far as the amount of tonnage we're moving out here, if we do cards or whatever, and maybe eliminate some of what's being dropped off there illegally. Plus, we're talking about compactors and being able to move more than what we're moving right now. So that number may not be so much, I'm saying, it may not go to 390, maybe 300, 330, in the end will be sufficient.
I think it's gonna be 390. Unless we pull something out and fund some portions of things with some other money, which you can do, but there's a lot of extreme caution you have to consider going into that, because now you're affecting your general revenue as well. Yes, we do have a unique opportunity because of some funds, but and I've got a list of that, I don't have it with me, but we've already started running a list of what has been encumbered with the CARES funding, apart from what has to be reimbursed, and then the radios and other things. We've got a number, and I think it's under 5 million now, if whatever it was.
If we change the number to 290, and we went ahead and moved forward with the program, we'd be $1.5 million short roughly this year. We'd have to come up with out of some other.
That's a lot of money.
Sir?
I said that's a lot of money.
We got it, Mr. Harris. We got it.
290.
That's just for the first year.
That's
For the first year.
roughly $4.5 million.
Yeah, I'm saying it would change another $100 next year.
That's right. It's not gonna stop going up for the
No,
next
it's
5 years.
It's not gonna.
290 gives you $4.5 million, give or take, and on here they're saying we need 6.6.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not saying much because I'm known that they driving me. And I see Mr. Baker with it, I know you probably weary, but to the taxpayers out there, now you see what we have to deal with, what we deal with, and it ain't easy when you're dealing with our money, with other people's money. And my mother's widow, she just got a hospital. That's expensive. And we looking at $390, doubling it. And I'm hearing all these numbers, and it don't confuse me, but it you have to keep it. You ain't got it. You have to keep it low.
There's a lot of people, their tax bill's only $428.
Totally.
Sir?
I said mine.
We ain't got your kind of money.
It's just, it's what you want, is what you want to pay for. That's just the basic way it is.
And I do, we're not in workshops yet, and a couple of you guys haven't been through this yet, but I just want you to know, we got other departments.
Oh, you've got a lot of things that have been set aside in this budget on another list yet.
Oh, yeah.
In addition, you're talking about maybe taking some another source of revenue to offset some of this expense.
And that's
but-
kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
How would
You've
this-
got a
how would
long
this
list of things.
Affect with our budget coming up next week.
I would say-
The table here, you're gonna have to make up there.
Yeah.
I mean, and we may be lucky enough this year with some of those funds that are there to maybe help this 1 year.
I'll tell you right now, you've got at least $9 million worth of requests that are not already built into this big, thick book right here.
Well, that's a wish list. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's what we've
this
always
garbage
called
ain't
it.
going away. I mean,
Yeah.
we gotta deal with it. We might not need
You got over $9 million worth. But I agree with you. I mean, if you can do something to mitigate some of the expense in the first year, that's great. You're gonna pick it up in the second year and every year thereafter is what's gonna happen.
My numbers, it's just me, you have to wear a board. I think $300 is where it's at.
Think that work?
It will for a little while.
I'm good with Commissioner White. I'm not good with it, but, I mean.
Well, I mean, as a board, we're gonna get.
Well, that's
over,
$128.
shot at.
Yeah, I mean, somebody burn my house down.
That's
Yeah.
$128 less than they're telling you. I mean, they're telling you 428.
No, I'm not saying I disagree with you at all. I'm just saying that.
So when we came in here, between the fire budget and this was gonna be about $800. And we're at 420. So we're a long way from, I think when everybody leaves and they ain't kinda happy with what they got, you probably did your job.
So we at 300?
And with the fire, it's 420.
So, yeah.
What's the public? What?
Yeah, I'd like
what-
to hear from some of you guys.
Public.
I got some folks from my district here.
Y'all aren't gonna kick the beer can.
15.
No, we don't wanna kick it.
If you don't do something, you're gonna be trying to kick a 55-gallon barrel down the road.
You've got, that's almost $2 million that you're gonna have to make up somewhere.
At the 300, that gentleman's like.
Yeah, if you're at 300, you gotta figure out how to find $2 million.
Just real quick.
Sure.
This is just real quick and everything, just a point to think about and everything. We know not the economy, but the ecology, trash, et cetera. Look at New York City, I mean, that you talk about a mess, et cetera. That you don't have to look hard to see communities struggling with refuge and et cetera. So anything we can possibly do to encourage recycling, et cetera, will benefit us now, it will benefit us in the future, et cetera. Not an easy topic, not by any means. There's no magic bullet. Nobody has a magic answer to it and everything. But anything, any solutions we can explore, we should be exploring because, like it or not, reality is here. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
What's the one point, what'd you say? 1 point what? Short at 300?
2 million.
1.2?
1,984,000, almost 2 million.
Okay, okay. Well, at 1.8, 2 million bucks. At $2 million, what equipment can we leverage that'll get us to that 2 million? Or is this all soft costs and stuff that, is there anything that can get us there?
This is my thought. You do the $300, let's run a year and see where we're at. Just like you do with the fire.
And not do any compactors or
Well,
anything?
I'm sure we can scrounge up the money to get them compactors. I mean, we can figure out how to do it. And this is gonna go up, no doubt. I mean, the public might as well be aware that that 300 is just a starting point. That ain't where it's gonna end, I can tell you. But, you know, that's my thought on it, to try to lower the burden on them on the first year and reassess.
If you're going to do the sites and the other things that are listed here, and yes, I think we can find some items in here to finance instead of, like in cases of escrows, we could drop some of those escrow items and just finance them. That's what we've been doing with a lot of our stuff. So it would be an expense in the year that you pick it up though, so you're gonna pick up that payment. We could do some of that, but, I mean, because there isn't anything that's on a wish list here, you're gonna have to make a decision on whether or not you're gonna do those sites. Because if you do the sites, you've got the 300,000 per year for the next 5 years, plus the equipment that they put in each one. And some of the, you know, it's, the trucks, we've got a couple of trucks that we can finance. And the loader that we escrowed that can be financed.
What's the operating supplies for the compactors? Is that the compactor?
That's actually just the compactor.
That's just the compactor?
Right.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
it's maybe a loose question or.
Just come to the microphone. I need your name, sir, just for the record here. I don't get told by Mr. Eric.
Mr. Moses Klepper, 14581 102nd Path, Live Oak.
Yes, sir.
I was at the meeting when y'all announced about the tipping or the hauling fee increase, almost doubling. I heard that it was put out for bid. We've had other bidding issues where maybe we didn't get the best shape. Has there been a county employee assigned to search out other, hauling companies? I mean, to make sure we don't have another avenue. Have we exhausted every possible? There may be a good old boy up there with a small company in Georgia that'd love to have this county. So I highly recommend if we haven't done that. I mean, that won't affect, I'm hearing on the compactor and all that, sounds wonderful. But if there's some company out there that take this closer to what we were paying, I mean, that's gonna drop that $390 way down,
I got a question for you before you leave.
Yes, sir.
I just want your opinion or your thoughts process on something that is out of our control that cost you $130 last year and it's gonna cost you $390 this year. Just tell me what your thoughts are when it's out of our control. I'm just wanting inputs, what I'm saying.
I think, me personally, I've been, my ear's been on what's going on, so I'm not shocked by it. Other than I'd really love to hear that every avenue's been exhausted. All right, once that is, the $390 I pay. And I think it's real important with the fire and this waste that the taxpayers are informed with those notices completely of what's going on. Put the numbers, let them know. I mean, talk to them like y'all talked to us tonight. And I don't think there'll be a problem. None of us are gonna enjoy paying that extra money, if we can afford it or not, tax increase is never pleasurable, but I think y'all are doing it good. It's just that one question back in my head, have we exhausted every possible avenue?
I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Well, and even if you, just to answer some of these questions there, even if you do get somebody to bid the hauling, and just say they did it $2 a ton cheaper, you're only talking about $62,000 less from 31,000 tons of garbage.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Asking Mr. White that, you had run some numbers, and I was trying to think of them, sitting here a while ago, one night at one of our meetings. Driver, fuel costs, what number, is that basically what you're saying right there, the savings would be?
Yeah, well, if you bid it out, I mean, what's it, 27 a ton?
$27 a ton is what, right.
Is what their freight hauling cost is, and me and Randy's bouncing around, and the number's probably, the more realistic number to me would be around 23. But so I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, the savings that you have in the freight, yes, while significant, for the big picture is not a lot of money.
About 136,000 if we were able to save $4 a ton.
But when you talk about needing to make $2 million here, it is, it's a long way from home.
$8 or $10 on the rate, it's not.
Right, that's right. I mean, I think we're doing everything that we can do. We advertised on Demand Star web-based. That's where, all of your big companies that try to do business with local governments go to Demand Star. We advertised in newspapers as well. We had it on our website. We called companies. We believed that we were gonna have some bids, because we spoke to companies, several companies. We were shocked when we didn't receive any bids.
Well, and I'm in the trucking business for some part, and I know where they're coming from. They've got all they can do, because I've got all I can do. I can't hire any more drivers. You can't hardly buy any equipment right now. If you do, it's got a 1-year lead time on it. And then they tell you what the price is when they deliver it, not when you order. So for somebody to step out and bid on something like that right now, it's hard to do, unless you go overinflate it, and then you're gonna be right back at $27 a ton anyway. So,
I know, I personally had called in, I know Mr. Harris too, at some other counties to try to partner with and have some discussions on that, but
Even those, and I wouldn't say necessarily the door is closed on those, the timing is not correct, though. Those were at least 6 to 8 months out. And we still don't know whether or not there's an interest there. So we've called every county around us that we might be able to partner with on anything. We've called trucking companies. We've done everything that we can do to date. I mean, one thing that we are gonna look closely at going forward is recycling. That's gonna take some time, and it's gonna cost money to buy the equipment to do that if we decide to go that route as well.
All right, gentlemen. It's a pleasure of the board.
we gotta have a high number to send out with a,
well, we got the high number.
yeah. I'm scared to put that in there, I'm scared they just see that, they go,
I mean, the high number is a no-brainer. It's that one you want to start with, so it's gonna cause you some heartburn. Is there anybody else here from the public that'd like to say something on this? I mean, I'd like to hear some input from y'all that's gotta pay this. Is this gonna be a burden to you? Are you
Yes.
okay with it?
Yes, it'll be a burden.
I think more what we're asking, because we don't get to talk to a handful of you guys that come to these meetings, and the rest of it just gets blasted on us on social media, but I think the biggest thing is, do you guys understand? I mean, it doesn't make it any better, I understand that, but I think that would be the consensus. We just want the guys, everyone to understand it. It's almost like our hands are behind our back on this one. And not to sure, but I would say this, I personally didn't see this coming. I know the last couple of years I've approved a budget sitting on this board, and everything was just going as usual. We had a good rate, and then when it comes down to redo the contract, is what we get hit with.
Mr. Chairman, I think the pandemic, and then when the companies decide to merge, they know they got you. There's nothing that you can actually do. So like what part, sometime, Commissioner White was talking about trucking industry. I don't work in the trucking industry, but I deal with the trucking industry. And I know how they're doing, they're merging. They're mergers, and what it's doing is creating it. Even throughout the country, throughout the world, they talk about mechanics at airlines, no pilots, some of the planes not getting off the ground. We're stuck in a situation that we're past praying time. I mean, it's praying time, but we're just stuck. And the only way to do it is, it's a lot of money that the commissioner, I'm looking at his figures he got over here, and I'm shaking my head at what you got wrote down there. Something you gotta do.
Well, I'm just, as a private business owner, I can tell you, I don't know, the rest of you probably know it, I'm sure you do. But everything I'm ordering, everything I'm touching, from my insurance, to my raw costs, to my health, everything I've got. Some of it's double, some of it's triple. I mean, I can't even raise my price fast enough to overcome the raw costs.
We see it on our end too. When you supply and demand, the help is supply is very low, and when you get them, you got to pay them, and parts and just everything. It's just inflated.
The parts side of it, that's the business I'm in, I can tell you guys, it's going up a minimum 15, 18%, on the high end, 30 and 40%. And that's just getting a raw product to get started, alternator, brake pads, something like that. It's just,
So I understand that it's gonna be tough, but it's just a fact of life right here. This ain't going away, no matter what you do, and it's only gonna get worse. I mean, I ain't got a crystal ball, but from what I see, it's a problem. Garbage is a problem. Probably always has been, always will be.
Well, yeah, it's been a nightmare forever. I mean, years ago, I did a study on every type of disposal that you could dream of, even incineration. And there isn't any easy way or cost-effective way. I will share with you that in 2014, the actual transportation cost was $17.09 per ton. And that was in 2014. Now it's $27.42 a ton. The disposal rate at the same facility in 2014 was $18.02 a ton. And our first year is $28 a ton. And like I said, in 5 years, we'll be up to $38.71 a ton on the, just the disposal.
So you said it was 17 to truck it back then?
Right, now it's $27.42 per
And
ton.
the garbage was what? The tipping was what?
The tipping fee back then for the actual disposal of the waste was $18.02 a ton. Now our negotiated rate, remember we had these real high prices and I went back and bowed low and burned incense? We got it down to $28 a ton the first year, but next year, or the year after, it jumps to $32.97. 5 years out, it's at $38.71 a ton.
Well, trucking at $65.98.
Right, that's right, on that other schedule.
Yeah,
It'll total out at $65.98 in 2026.
that's great. And short of, and the problem you got, and I've kicked it around and looked at it, you know, just putting our landfill back in, but here's the issue you got with that. You're trying to build a landfill and you're trying to pay for this too. While you're doing that, you're getting hit twice, so you'd be looking at twice the money for a while to get that going again. So, you know, if they ain't willing to pay the $390, they sure ain't gonna be willing to pay $800 or $900 a year until we can get a landfill going again.
And it's expensive to build a landfill and more expensive to try to operate it on a per ton basis for a small volume. Right now, one of those counties that we spoke to is actually that conglomerate of counties to the west of us. They're planning an expansion, or they wanted to do it in the current year, but the cost of materials went up so dramatically that it far exceeded what they had budgeted. Now they're on hold waiting to see if the cost will come back down on a lot of those materials that they needed to build that landfill.
And their tipping fee out there
It was high.
It was higher than this one.
That's correct. The per ton cost for disposal was higher. We were gonna try to make up the difference in savings on transportation expenses.
And
the 1 year is hard to take it.
Right.
Yeah. And I guess that's a future option still to.
Right now, everything's a future option, anything that we can find, to help us save money. But I will say, again, for the public's benefit that didn't participate in those earlier meetings, the numbers that we have were competitively bid. They were advertised. We reached out to everybody in the world that we could. So the numbers that we received were bid on the disposal. We separated it out in the contract so that we could bid that. We bid that more recently. We didn't get any bids on transportation. So we've done what we can do to date, but we will continue to do everything we can to try to curb these expenses going forward. We just need to try to decide how we're gonna.
The collection sites, what's your plans on starting on them? Right away? I mean, is it gonna be a
Pretty
year before we
quickly.
get to it? or-
Here's what you have in your budget. The only way that we can afford to do that is to self-perform. So we're gonna have to hire people to do that. But we also have other things that we're hiring, or that we are gonna be constructing: roads, chip seal roads, other roads, mitigating problems on 250 and those types of things. We need another construction crew. I've got one in the budget. trying to utilize some vacancies that we have in the road department. If we use those people and some of that equipment to do some of the site work, then the solid waste department would have to pay the road department for that work. But that's the only way is for us, we're just gonna have to go in there and self-perform and try to curb the expense.
Well, the reason I was asking that was you don't get it in the first year, or is it gonna take a little longer? Not kind of the same thing with Eddie and the fire department out there, the new station. If it's gonna take a year to get to that point where we need that money to buy the compactors, buy the cans.
I'm gonna tell you what my fear is. When we ran these numbers and used real numbers, my fear right now is when we call back, I'm afraid these compactors and things might be going up as well.
Yeah.
Because steel is going up.
That's a high possibility.
You know, we learned that with the semi-trailers. And that's why they're out a year on some of those things. And the prices are not guaranteed. They have to pay when they take delivery. So I wish I could answer that question for you. I would say I want to be as aggressively as possible so we can try to fit this into a 5-year plan. The clearing and grubbing, moving of fences, you know, the lime rock and everything to extend the asphalt, those types of things. We can self-perform most of that. We would contract out the asphalt work. We've got some electrical work that would have to be done. We can do some of it ourselves. So we would do what we always do. We're just as resourceful as we can be, try to keep the expense down. But I think we need to try our best to do 3 a year.
Already said what I have to say, it's up to y'all, man.
Well, I mean, in the big, just breaking it down, 300 on this side, 120 on that, 420 times 5, that's $35 a month. Just basic phone, so. I mean, not everybody has that. My crazy wife would lose that in months time.
Well, and then you got the indigent thing in there for the hardship, you know, for the people that absolutely can't.
Well, now look at the people that's retired, my parents, I'm sitting here thinking about them, they have a budget that they have to live on. I know $35 don't sound like much, but
My thing is, I don't wanna see an elderly person that's worked all their life and they got a house that's paid for, is gonna get kicked out over this. You know, they're gonna lose their house over, you know, because they get paid the taxes.
Well, that $35 is just a start point.
Yeah.
I agree with that too.
Yeah.
I agree with that too. That's the scary.
It's just the cold hard facts. I mean, it's ugly, but it is.
All right, gentlemen, tell me what you want to do here. Shaking your head.
So we'll start Commissioner Lance.
Well, I gotta go first.
You go first.
I was gonna ask Mr. Harris, and this will probably give all 5 of us a little bit of heartburn, but is there any possibility we could reduce the number of collection sites to save us some money from 14 to something different? I don't know what that number is, but maybe eliminate 4? Is that have we ever looked at?
How many is in District 3?
Well, I said we get all get.
Well, I can tell you right now,
Be a lot. Well,
you talk about heartburn, you will have phone calls like you, I can just tell you from experience, if you are committed to that, it's one thing. But if you think that you're not committed to that, I'm gonna tell you, your phone will go in a meltdown.
I'm just trying to get uncommitted from $390.
I'm gonna share a couple things with you that I did not like when I got, I'm still the new guy, okay? I've only been here 11 years. So when I got here, one thing that concerned me was the sites that we have near the county lines. Those are my biggest concern. And I mean, you go to every one of them that's near a county line and you're gonna find waste coming in from the next county. So to answer your question as indirectly as possible, I would say if you're gonna entertain anything, entertain moving those or eliminating those that are on your county line. Now you take, for example, Dowling Park has one. You're gonna get a lot of phone calls, but people are coming right over the river. You've got one up here on the north side by the river, and you can watch the traffic come right across. You've got them on the south end. Every place you've got them over here in Welborn. But the ones that are that close, they should have never been placed that close to the county line. Mr. Snowden would disagree with me that that one shouldn't be in Welborn maybe, but it should have been moved a little closer in, 4 miles or something in. Would have been better than where all of those are. If they'd been 4 miles from the county line, it might have helped avoid some of that.
But the ID thing that we were talking about, I ain't gonna stop it, I'm sure.
It'll be an improvement.
Because you're still dependent on people you got hired in those collection sites to monitor that.
It'll be an improvement. It is not an absolute solution. And you've got, honestly, we've got businesses in this county that do not have a dumpster, and they're hauling their business waste, commercial waste, like they do in every county, because you have no way of identifying them. So we know it's happening. And I'm not suggesting that you can do anything about that. I'm just pointing these things out. I mean, this is a business that you can't, it's difficult to create an absolute solution.
We got the lady wants to comment. Yes, ma'am. Please come to the microphone. Just your name and address for the record.
Marcy Douglas, 9296 127th Drive.
Well,
We already hand out cards whenever we permit new residents. They're not ever asked for them at the collection site, from what I understand, but we do give out cards.
thank you.
Do they have a barcode on, or a scannable? Is it something like that that can be scanned, or?
If you're gonna do it, you're gonna have to send them out to every household, because, yeah, you'd have to send them out to every household. And we'd have to talk about that as well. We can do that some other time to figure out how to come up with something that can be used, that might make a difference.
I don't know what to say, guys. I really don't. I mean, it's.
No, the burden's fell on this board to do something about it, get the contract expired, and unfortunately, we're all gonna get hammered for going up, but there ain't nothing we can do about it. I think, I'm with Commissioner White, 300 seems to be the number, and unfortunately, we're all gonna catch some grief for it, but I don't know what else to do. We gotta take it over somewhere.
It's a whole lot better than 448 though.
Well, I think, at the end of the day, I appreciate Commissioner White's comments of the total between the two that we're having to deal with. That's half of what it could be.
That's right.
I mean, we've scratched and clawed pretty hard up here. I mean, I understand people's upset, but trust me, I'm upset too. I'm sick to my stomach, actually. And I got a headache to go with it. And that's still at changing the price.
Well, when I first seen the number, I was like, oh my gosh. It was like $800 a year between the two.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that for sure.
And it's not gonna stop here. I mean,
No, it's,
you just give Eddie enough to get by with, and you're not even giving enough to get by with here. You're just gonna run it for a year and see.
right, we're gonna be. I'm in support. I just have to take it how it comes, but I'm in support of the 300. I'm ready to move forward unless, it's the number, we can stay here till in the morning. But the number's not gonna change.
I'm agreeing with you guys. I mean, it doesn't make none of us happy, or.
I just want the folks to understand this is out of our hands. I mean, when you have garbage and they buy out the competition, you're at the mercy of those folks. And that's exactly what's happening. And there's nothing we can do to change it.
I'm good with the 300 and going out to the max at 493.05.
Commissioner White, what was those numbers again, please?
300 the first year, the upcoming year, and with a maximum that can be assessed without another study at 493.05.
I believe the 5 cents.
I'm just reading it off the paper.
Yeah. I feel Just so we're clear, that's the consensus of the board.
That's mine, yeah. Travis?
Yes. We don't have a choice. There's no, you have no choice here.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Anything further on your side?
Partial year refunds.
Yeah, what do you want to do about the partial year refunds, Commissioners? It's in there, it is not a requirement. You want to leave that in there, or do you want to take it out? Partial year refunds on the solid waste.
What are we doing here?
Question is, do you want to remove that from the resolution? Partial year
I do.
refund.
So you think they sell the property? Explain it to them.
I think,
Gave them a-
I think there are people that own property that are from out of town, and maybe they come here and stay 30 days or 60 days, and then they want the rest of the year refunded to them.
No.
Well,
We still gotta buy the compactors, we still gotta buy the trucks, we still gotta buy the equipment, and I can't sit here and pick out, all right, well, you only get to pay this because you stayed here that long. Well, what about the guy that lives, we still gotta buy the stuff.
Well, ain't nobody to police that. I mean,
You don't know if they're there or not there for that amount of time.
it's a lot of paperwork to do that.
Yeah.
I say no. It's been in the resolution for years, but it can be taken out. Yeah.
Hey, good evening, Evan Rosenthal, neighbors to Lynn Nickerson out of Tallahassee. So, as Mr. Harris mentioned, so the refund process has been in your assessment program for a number of years now, and basically the way it works is any property owner who has a residential dwelling that is unoccupied for all or a portion of the year can apply for essentially a refund of either their entire solid waste assessment or a portion of it in increments of 1/12 of the assessment amount. So basically for each month that they demonstrate that the dwelling is unoccupied, they can apply for a refund after the fact, after the assessment's already paid, and get that back essentially. As Mr. Harris also mentioned, this is not a legal requirement at all. From what I've seen, some jurisdictions do it, some don't. GSG might be able to speak to kind of what they've seen in terms of how prevalent this is around the state, but again, it's not a legal requirement at all and can be removed from the resolution moving forward. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I don't think
Appreciate
so.
it. I don't have any.
But you do want to remove it?
Yes, I do.
Got a hand up back there. James.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna kick myself in the butt here too. So, James Robinson, 13745 80th Place, I live in Florida. I have a house next door that I own, I'm blessed on it, but I don't want you waiving it for me, because you can't police everybody else. So, I understand.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, bud.
Yes, sir. Mr. Harris, you got complete board support.
Thank you. Let me, just a couple of things.
Commissioners, I appreciate all of your effort, all of you. This hasn't been easy, and no one likes it. I mean, there ain't anybody that wants expenses to go up, but this has happened to us. And we're gonna do the best that we can to mitigate it. So I appreciate all of your effort trying to do what we can do. And we'll just have to continue to do this every year, managing this thing. But I wanna say as well, for those with GSG and Neighbors Giblin, I know that we've worn them out with telephone calls. I can tell you, it's been day after day after day, and I appreciate the work that they have done on this, and we recognize that there will be some adjustments made. But I do appreciate you all making yourselves available very, very frequently so that we can get this done.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your effort. At this time, I think everyone spoke that wanted to speak, but I will open it to public comment if I have anyone wishing to speak. Seeing none, I'll close public. Jimmy, you're not tonight.
I was leaving.
Seeing none, I'll close public comment. We'll go into closing comments. Mr. Harris, you have anything further? Mr. Pravat?
I'd like to remain quiet.
Thank you. Commissioner White?
Why is Jimmy being quiet? I appreciate the board. think everybody worked together. I don't think anybody got exactly what we wanted, but I think we did what was necessary and as good as we could do it for the public. And that's all I got to say. Thanks all of y'all for all the effort, and the staff. I know it's a lot of work. And for his neighbors in Gilling and GSG, that I know y'all been under the gun on it too. So just want to thank everybody, and I hope y'all ain't too mad at us. Thank you.
Mr. Cleveland.
I would say the same thing to these gentlemen for coming to Tallahassee and verifying what we needed to do, get the job done. But I want to thank the public, these constituents out here. You come out and you sit and listen. May not agree, I don't agree with it, but we got to do what we got to do. When it comes to decision making, sometimes you have to make tough choices. I do it throughout the church. I told Jimmy, I said, well, it's getting 6 o'clock. I got to be getting to the church. Well, my wife called me. She told me, she said, you're going to make it a Bible study. I said, I don't think so. I'm leaving at 8 o'clock.
You used to have a Bible study up here.
But however, I really appreciate you voters, you supporters. Everybody worked hand in hand into these commissioners. I appreciate how we work. I got a little quiet. Commissioner White was over here running figures, and he get his pen, he'd mark you down. He shared with me his little out of his budget book. I didn't bring my budget book, but he shared some numbers with me, and I appreciate that. But that's in order to get the ship righted and get it sailing. I think if we get it sailing, and we'll be all right. And if they say this too shall pass, we're gonna float along, and we get the ship up right. It may cost us a little bit, and I'm quite sure my phone will get blown up tonight. Social media, I don't do the Facebook, but I'm quite sure I get some calls tonight, and I do the best that I can do. I'll get back with you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Lamb.
Just echo what they said. I appreciate the public coming, and hopefully you guys have an understanding that, our back was against the wall on a bunch of this, and hopefully you can defend us a little bit publicly, because I know we're going to take it on the chin, but I think we did the best that we could do as a board, and cut it and sliced it best that we could. I wish we could do better, but unfortunately I don't think so. Thanks staff, thank Eddie. Eddie never takes it personal. I come at him hard sometimes, but he understands that we're on the other. Got to look at both sides of the coin. I appreciate all his guys and the job that they do, and I couldn't do it. But do they deserve $40 an hour? Absolutely. I wish we could give it to them, but Neighbors and Giblin, GSG, thank y'all for coming. She's about to fall asleep over there, but we kept them here a long time. I hope y'all ain't charging us by the hour for the number of people you brought. We already broke, but
Just send us a bill.
send us a bill, take credit. Anyway, Nina, Keith, thank y'all. Anyway, that's about all I got. Thanks.
Mr. Hill.
You guys have said it all, and the biggest thing is just folks coming out. It's one thing to, we mentioned it's not be on social media and say this and say that, but to come to these meetings and sit in those pews and those chairs there and listen and understand and get up and speak your mind, and that's what helps us make our decisions, whether they're good or bad, or they hurt us or they sting or whatever. But I agree with Commissioner Land here. It's not what we wanted, or all these commissioners, it's not what we wanted to do, but unfortunately it's just what had to happen. But I do appreciate all the staff and you guys coming over, and I know a lot of work goes into this, and like Commissioner Clemens said, it's not going to take the sting out of it, but we're going to figure out a way, and maybe hopefully in the next couple of years upcoming, we can find ways to offset some of that increase on this side. So, anyhow, thank you guys. And definitely do, you had mentioned Mr. Maynard and a few others. I know there's some other folks in our community that are not necessarily COVID related, but having some issues, but always lift them up and think of the folks that live in our community and pray for them. Thank you.
I just echo what everyone said. There's really nothing else to say other than everyone on this board's disappointed with having to do anything that's an increase. It's nothing that we want to be a part of. And I think you can see we're about 4 hours and 32 minutes into it. And trust me, it's not something we wanted to do. And these people have just got us. We gotta pay what we gotta spend the money that's necessary to continue to operate the county. And there's a lot of folks out there that don't understand it and gets upset. But those folks, I wish they would do like you folks and come spend 4.5 hours with us and understand exactly what we go through and how we struggle with it to try to make the best decisions we can for everybody. And I have all these folks from the county here that's working hard every day, trying to figure out what we can do and how we can do it better and how we can save the county money. We've made such great strides just in the couple of years I've been here. I've just seen so many great things go on and this county do wonderful things and those things cost money. There's no doubt at the end of the day they cost money. But I will tell you this for a fact, and I'll speak for everyone on this board, we're here for each one of you. We're here to do right by you. That's our intent. That's what we'll always do. Is there some nights that we're going to leave here and not be happy? Absolutely. This is one of them. But we're going to leave here and we're going to continue to fight. We're not going to give up on anybody. All I need is a motion to adjourn. Have a motion by Commissioner Land. Second by Commissioner Hale. All in favor say aye. Aye.